be looking to see what sort of questions he'll be asking McCaskey. And with the 3 slips and a gully, along with a ring on the offside, it would suggest that his line is going to be probably just outside that off stump.
Driven beautifully by McCaskey. Probably might not have the legs to get to the boundary. It was a quick outfield, but didn't necessarily time it the best. Picks up 2.
That's something we always keep an eye on early on when the strokes beat the inner field, to see how quickly it gets to the boundary. And that one went very close indeed. As you said, wasn't perfect, didn't appear to be perfectly timed, but it got very close to the boundary. But McCaskey be feeling good. Lane will not be overly disappointed. That one was well pitched up, but there was a little bit of movement away, so those 3 slips in the picture should be at the ready.
Oh, you're talking about the slips, but he slides down at the leg side, probably just looking to target those pads of McCaskey, change things up a bit. Didn't necessarily have the best of times with the ball when they played across that Coolidge in round number 1. Johan Lane, just a wicket in each innings for him. He's hoping that maybe he can find more favorable returns here on a surface that he's quite familiar with at home for him. Get back for 2 is quite a bit of space in that leg side. Leg bite signaled by umpire right.
Badly line delivery from Lane with just 2 fielders on the leg side, so quite a bit of real estate, and McCaskey just really rehearsing what should have been done. As you see, no real space out on the leg side, though, being plugged. You see the man coming from 3rd slip, so that's a major concession when the captain feels the need to do that.
Yeah, you just wonder what the captain, Teddy Bishop, is thinking at the moment. Is it a case of maybe not seeing signs of any movement out there, and because of that looking to make a quick change, or maybe just a slight bit of impatience given how early we still are in the contest?
I would hope not after 4 deliveries. That he bowls 2 good deliveries on length outside the off stump and then 2 full tosses down the leg side. I'm not going to be encouraging bad bowling, so you sort of read the right at and say to him, you got to get back on the cause.
Clipped away. Protection though at fine leg. Brings us to the end of 2. It's 9 without loss. That could be the first boundary of the day. It is off the bat of McCaskey.
Not sure it went exactly where he wanted. I got the impression he was trying to play square of the wicket. It probably went a little bit finer than you'd hope, but I think the end result was the most satisfying thing there for McCaskey. Blades will not be overly disappointed because he will feel as if that probably took the outer portion of the bat, and ideally that's what he wants to do. It was a fairly wide delivery, not a half volley.
And gets through that gap again, this time a lot more controlled from McCaskey, but just those two deliveries there make you wonder and think back to the additional man that they took from that slip cord and then placed into the leg side. Now he's beginning to find a bit of rhythm, find the line, find the length. You just wonder if they give him now that additional person looking to take those early wickets.
I would think the percentages would suggest that would be a better option. And as I said, we didn't see any significant swing to encourage him to bowl at the pads. So I would suggest the ball angle across the right-hander may be his best bet, and just have another man in that picture there in the slip cordon.
Beautifully clipped away. And that brings about the boundary now for Craig Brathwaite.
Bread and butter shot there for Brathwaite. And there was a hint of movement, but he played it very late, allowed the ball to come onto him, and picked that gap between the backward square and the forward square for 4. But Brathwaite will dine out on that sort of delivery all day long.
Yeah, that's certainly not where you want to be to Brathwaite. Much better from Blades. However, though, it's a no ball from him, that front foot infringement. But in terms of areas, that's where you want to be. You also saw a bit of kick as well, in terms of how you saw Boyne Tuckett take that one.
You always want to take a positive from any situation, and I think that was something that would be of some encouragement to Blades. Maybe a little bit confusing for the keeper, because he's the person that's going to set the depth of the slip fielders, and that last one he took at shoulder height.
Yeah, just needs to concentrate on that area, going across Brathwaite towards that slip cordon. Then maybe just drop in that one delivery that's just a bit straighter for him, but looking to set up the batter. And I think that's something that I hope creeps into the conversation for these young guys, in terms of not necessarily always going searching, but looking to set up batters.
Well, really, you want to go searching early on, because this ball is not going to swing for very long, so you really want to capitalize on the newness of the ball.
Beautiful again from Brathwaite, and the result quite similar. It's another boundary.
Again, we see that bottom hand of Craig Brathwaite coming into play. Just working the ball just wide of the mid-on fielder and to the left of that straight mid-wicket fielder. And I think the key there for me, Joel, was the placement. Timing was obviously a lot better than it appeared, because he just really shuffled the ball into the leg side. But the timing was quite immaculate, and the placement absolutely precise.
Yeah, we have a conversation there between Blades and Clark. Sharp and rising from him brings us to the end of that over. It's 22 without loss.
The Barbados Pride off to a rollicking start. I suppose if you win the toss and up to bat, that's exactly the kind of start you want. But the West Indies Academy, I think the bowlers so far have been guilty of being quite erratic.
It's been a productive region for McCaskey so far. Just backward of point. This time the outer edge produces another 2 for him. Yeah, I probably won't say it was the most disciplined start with ball from the academy. Can't necessarily say that they've begun to group balls into areas or anything of the sort. You've seen one or two nice deliveries leave batters outside the off stump. Gotten a lot straighter, got clipped away on quite a few occasions.
I guess as inexperienced bowlers, patience. Patience is really the key. And that's the sort of length and line of Lane will be looking to replicate. And when you recognize quite early, after an over or two, that there's not as much in the pitch for you, or the ball is not doing as much, that's when you call then on your other resources. In this case, it would be your length and line, and probably get that proud seam to do some work.
Yeah, I definitely agree. When you turn up, you always have expectations that conditions might help you a bit, especially as a fast bowler. But then you realize that, yeah, things not necessarily going according to plan A. What is that plan B in the back of the mind? As you mentioned, consistent line and length, being a lot more patient.
And the one thing is that it's the new ball that would have a proud seam. So you want to get that seam to work for you. So keeping that seam in a vertical position is key. And that's the sort of line Lane wants to look at. And you can work your way gradually towards that off stump. You want to get the batter into that frame of mind where there's a level of uncertainty. They say the perfect delivery is the one where you're bringing the batter on the front foot, and he's not sure if to play or not, and he's not sure if to drive or block. And that's where you spoil it. That's a captain's absolute nightmare. The captain is thinking of maybe giving a bit more support, and then his bowler slips that one down the leg side.
Short wide and cracked away, a hand on it, but not enough. That's easy pickings for McCaskey.
Yeah, certainly a wayward delivery there from Lane, and he got the treatment. You'll see that there wasn't a great deal of foot movement there from McCaskey. You see, he really reached for that one, but it was so short and wide that he felt he was in control of the shot. But we did see his dismissal in the last game, where he attempted a similar shot with not really getting close enough to the line of the ball. But this time, this one just sat up, so he had ample time to pick his spot and put it away.
Just going back to McCaskey, he's gotten a lot of starts when you think about cricket for him at the regional level. In round number 1, 64 in that first innings, and it was something that set up that first innings for Barbados. 300 plus for them, they would have been happy with that. But then just one for him in the second innings, and that second innings fell apart for Barbados. As I mentioned, though, they've got reinforcements in the form of Brathwaite at the top, who's looked good so far this afternoon. I almost think that just around there, even if you just slightly draw that length back from Blades, is where he could beat the Brathwaite, because he's not necessarily been the most confident outside of the off stump this afternoon. One or two deliveries he's just felt at outside the off stump. Anything straight, middle and leg or so, he's clipped away nicely. Just needs to concentrate going across Brathwaite, see whether or not he can get that edge to come into play.
Yeah, you would think that's the better option. And you look at Brathwaite there, he gets right across his stumps. So he's almost on off stump there with his guard. So you can start that ball maybe a little bit wider of off stump, as you said, on the length, and encourage Brathwaite to play. He doesn't appear to be prepared to leave too many balls alone outside the off stump. So yeah, I agree with you, Joe. That's probably not a bad tactic to attack him outside off stump, going further away.
Yeah, when you see it, he's just going with those hands outside that off stump, so not necessarily getting his body into a position to play it. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Blades can exploit it. Well, space in the cover region should produce 2 for them. Not necessarily a full-blooded drive from Brathwaite on that occasion.
Yeah, it's not the kind of shot we see very often from Craig Brathwaite. As I said before, he tends to prefer the ball on the legs, on the body, to nudge and deflect. But on that occasion, he going for the extra cover drive. Not a great deal of power into the shot, but again, there's a wide open space in that area between the backward point and mid-off.
A bit of rib music there from Blaze, just reminding Brathwaite he's got something behind him. You don't mind that. There's that one off or so end the over, maybe catching Brathwaite out of position. Yeah, but just going back to what we mentioned earlier, just thinking that in terms of the area of concentration, he's already into his 3rd over. You think maybe in these conditions might get 5 or 6 on a trot. You know, can he concentrate on getting that early breakthrough outside that off stump? An easy couple to complete it. 5 overs gone, 33 without loss.
So 5 overs completed so far in the innings of the Barbados Pride. And McCaskey looking quite composed, so looking to seize any opportunity to score boundaries. And that's what we were talking about from Young Lane. That's what he's known for, to just get that ball to leave the right-handed batter. And that was evidence of that in that last delivery. And oh, how the captain must wish he could put another bit more support in that slip cordon if Lane is going to continue on that line.
Well, you did say if he was going to continue on that line, and it's just a case of what we've seen from him across the 2.5 overs or so that he's gone about his business. He's bowled 1 or 2 good deliveries in the over, 1 or 2 deliveries that ask questions or make you say, okay, yes, that is where you need to be, and then just kind of spoils the over going down that leg side. You're just asking the ball to do a bit too much.
I think it was about the 3rd time that I mentioned about the line outside the off stump, and then the next delivery he slipped it down the leg side. So maybe I'm putting the markers on him. So it's been established that I think the best line for him is outside the off stump, so I won't mention it again. again forcing the batter to play off the stumps. So that's not bad variation, but there's a very narrow margin for error. Doesn't want to get any straighter than that. And certainly you don't want to be bowling that line to Craig Brathwaite, but to McCaskey, it just keeps him honest. So you look for the subtle changes in variation, not necessarily in pace, but in line. So you sort of try to hone in on that off stump, and then the odd delivery, just try to bowl it a little bit straighter.
When you think about him, he's had a couple years now in the academy, Johan Lane. He's probably one of the, I guess you would call him the elder statesmen out there in terms of experience at this level. And because of that, we'll be looking to him as one of the main men, if not the main, with ball in hand in this attack. Of course, there's also the likes of the spinner and Joshua Bishop at some stage to come into the conversation. 33 without loss. Going to be Blades to continue into his fourth over now.
And probably the best delivery he's bowled in this spell. Economy rate quite high for the opening bowler. And the West Indies Academy will be expecting to get something out of these two-seamers, Blades and Lane. As you said, I mean, their attack is really spin-based, and Joshua Bishop has been the main man for them.
Yeah, you certainly do expect that at some stage, and you might reckon it could be relatively early in the afternoon, that Joshua Bishop will be introduced to the conversation, as he has been the main wicket taker for them. You think back to that first round, and he certainly was the man with ball in hand versus the Leeward Islands. You just wonder, how much does this surface have in it for the spinners? Not seeing much for the seamers at the moment.
Just nudging the ball into that inviting gap into the offside. But Blades is now in his fourth over. There's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, so the sun not really in all its glory, but it is quite hot out there. So you would expect an opening spell of maybe not more than 5 overs, if that. And when there's not much encouragement for the bowler, that can be a little bit demoralizing as well. It might seem even hotter.
Reinforcing that offside field now. And the man from square leg comes across to short cover. I think that's something that should have been done ever since, in terms of that man from square leg coming across. Yeah, went there very early from about over number 1, in fact, after maybe 3 deliveries or so. But you think to the delivery that he bowled to Brathwaite, where he got that single, there was nothing bad about that delivery, but simply because the field wasn't set for what should have been bowled, allowed Brathwaite to get off a strike. So it's just those little small things as well, because he could have built up some pressure on Brathwaite if the field was set right.
Yeah, you always felt that change in the field placing early on was a concession to bad bowling. And again, just as we spoke about it, he provides that delivery on the body. And you see McCaskey in his guard is actually on off stump. So he's really saying to the bowler, if you want to target the stumps, it means then you're targeting my pads. So Blades has to be able to make the adjustment if there's no inward movement. He has to be very precise with that line where he's starting those deliveries.
And final ball now of his 4th over. And he ends it with a dot ball, 35 without loss.
So good afternoon all. It's a pretty decent start for the Barbados side, led by the captain, Craig Brathwaite, 16. Zachary McCaskey, he's on 16 as well. Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat here. Not surprised at all. Good weather in Bridgetown. Lovely breeze coming across Kensington Oval. Couple of injuries just before the start of the game for Barbados. McCaskey, who is the quickest bowler in Barbados, injured, along with the leg spinner, Javid Leacock. And no Shamar Holder. He played in the first match in Guyana. Johan Lane is a Barbadian and is one highly thought of. Good single taken to the offside. A little push away by McCaskey, who is a player with lots of ability. And I think one that will tell you that he's got to go beyond the 20s and the 30s. He's had the experience of touring with the West Indies side. Just getting back to Lane. Tall and slimly built. He's got some pace. And so far he's bowled well. It is 4th over here. We know Brathwaite is a very stodgy batsman, one who knows the Kensington Oval very well. He's played a lot of cricket here. Just back from Pakistan, where he made an important 52 in the second test, in the second innings, that got the West Indies a score that they could have defended. And his partner, the cricket crime, is in the side. Of course, we're talking about Jamal Warkan. good control, good length, good line. Just one from the over. Barbados at 36 without loss. Joel Mannon is alongside me. Joel, a solid start for the Barbados side.
Yeah, quite a solid start. Indeed, when you win a toss under these types of conditions, you find yourself at 36 without loss. After 8, you certainly have to be smiling if the captain, Craig Brathwaite. Of course, a long way to go when you think about a 4-day encounter. When you think about a platform, you would say, okay, you're beginning to build it, and things are looking quite steady. Can't tell myself that I've seen any challenges being posed for either Brathwaite or McCaskey as yet. Maybe McKenny Clark might be the challenge for them, but so far it's been easy going for them, and you would tell yourself you can't put 100 in the bag, but when you look at things out there, they look well set for what could be big totals.
Yeah, the pitch has played well so far, and as you said, a change in bowling. You've seen a lot of these youngsters. What do you make of the young fast bowler?
You know, McKenny Clark is certainly one that occasionally you say packs a bit of pace behind him. Of course, on this surface, not exactly looking to see much pace behind it. But he's a young man that many have been talking about, especially in the shorter formats of the game. He's got a couple games for the St. Lucia franchise in CPL. Limited over cricket for the West Indies Academy. But you just hope that he can find his legs in the longer format. I remember at one stage, I think it was about 2 years ago, he was struggling in terms of his run-up in the 4-day games there. They've done a lot of work on him, and you're looking to see the rewards now. So hopefully he can find himself in good stride here and string together a couple nice overs.
Very lucky with that. That could have easily been chopped onto the stumps. I think what deceived McCaskey was the inward movement of the ball. Gets it down to long leg for a single. And now we'll just have a word with this captain. Where did that come from?
Yeah, you do expect Clark to get a bit more bunks than Blades. Is taller, yes, but also comes from much higher in terms of the hand action. McKenny Clark. You saw a bit of that there. McCaskey not getting into the best of positions, a bit of extra bunks as well.
Seems to be having a bit of a problem though, Clark, in terms of running on the pitch. Umpire Jackie Williams has just said to him, look, just got to get off my square. Had a gentle word with the young man. Umpire, of course, out of Jamaica, the land of wood and water. She's had a lot of experience. Good to see her in Barbados. Pushed down to that mid-off here. The ball might have just come from the bottom of the bat. There was a wooden sound that came into the microphones. But we know Brathwaite is one that will set his stalls out to bat very long, as we've seen at every level that he's played at. Would have first recognized him playing under 15 cricket in Barbados for the Combermere School, making lots of centuries there. Look what he's done at the test level. He's been brilliant.
I can actually take you back a bit earlier than that even, Andrew. I remember him in the Herman Griffith side of things when he played for Erdeston.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why I remember that is because I believe there was 100 against the side that I was playing for on the opposite side of
really?
things. But yeah, I do remember he was one of the most prolific batters that we had at the youngest level when you think about the Herman Griffith cricket. And you don't necessarily associate too many hundreds at that level, but Craig Brathwaite was one that his name was up there and he was getting runs at that level. So at 9, 10 years old, he definitely was amongst the conversation.
There was some suggestions he made a lot of hundreds at that time and has gone on. course, at that time, there was also Anthony Allen, the two young cricketers, one from Combermere and one from Queen's College. So 9 gone, 38 without loss. It's not often that you have pink ball cricket. Last time we would have seen one would have been a couple years ago, could be about 6-7 years ago in Guyana. Barbados played there, and it was a difficult situation for both sides, and rain intervened, and quite rightly as well, because the batsmen were all at sea. It's really good that we've got the academy playing, because it exposes so many young cricketers. There's no question about that. Of course, you've also got the CCC as well. Other matches are on today. Some big victories in the first round of matches. The biggest would have been the Harpy Eagles up against Barbados Pride at Providence. Also good to see Shamar Joseph back in the action as well. We wish him well. So after a very, very short stint, Joel Madden leaves us, but he's not known for long spells, Joel. His place now taken by a man who knows about batting long, batting to the cows come home. Roland Butcher. Nice to see you, Roland.
Yes, Andrew.
You're looking as young as ever.
Good morning to you, and you're not looking too old yourself.
I jog every
you're
morning.
not looking much older yourself.
Indeed. Good cricket there by McCassie. A little tuck away down to forward square for one. So let's look back, Roland. The Barbados team won the toss. They chose to bat first. Surprised by that?
Not at all. I mean, a good decision, Andrew. You know, the pink ball is not going to misbehave in the Caribbean. Not the Kookaburra ball. The Kookaburra ball is much different to, say, the Duke's ball. The Duke's seam is very pronounced. The Kookaburra is very flat, so it's very difficult for the bowlers. So not at all surprised that Craig decided to bat. You know, take 2 sessions batting in the daytime. Even if there's a little bit of movement in the evening, there won't be that much, because by that time the ball will be pretty old. And, you know, chance to put a big score on the board first up.
Did you ever play pink ball cricket in your time? Did you?
No, it was not around at that time, Andrew.
You would have been around in what, 1930?
or before.
Or before. You're a naughty man. Bradford looks very solid, very organized. It is true that in the last couple of test matches, he really hasn't done a great deal. He's gone off form, but we know his ability.
Well, there's a difference between the quality of bowlers
Yeah.
at that level.
You're right.
And what is there now. So, you know, this is the perfect place for him to get his form back. He would have been thoroughly tested at the higher level, because, you know, they're quality bowlers you're talking about.
Yeah, he's had it rough. There's no question about that, Brathwaite. But played an important knock in the last test match in Pakistan to see the West Indies with a score that they defended with success. 41 without loss.
Yeah, Barbados certainly taking full advantage of that decision to bat first. Bright sunshine here at Kensington Oval. What we've seen so far, Andrew, is there's a smattering of spectators there. Seeing this first day, it's an important day. It's pink ball, and good to see Barbados recognizing Ken Roy Williams and the players wearing a pink armband.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
You know,
Huh?
that was good. But you've always talked about the promotion of the game, Andrew, and a lot of people didn't know the game was taking place today.
No. Yeah, you need to promote it. So Clark continues to bowl. He's up. One who's rangy. It's got a little bit of pace, not express, not one that would make you back away to square leg, but as a young man with a lot to offer.
Yeah, I don't think he'll bother Craig Brathwaite too much. As I said, not a tremendous amount of pace. The pitch is pretty easily paced. And as we said, the Kookaburra ball with this flat seam, it's, you know, you've got to learn how to bowl with this ball. And the problem really for the players, Andrew, in the Caribbean playing with a pink Kookaburra ball is that they would have had very little experience, if any at all, because I was saying to Keith on the radio commentary that they've started experimenting the last 2 seasons in England using the Kookaburra ball.
Right.
And they've used it for 2 first-class games at the beginning, 2 at the end. And what you have seen is that there are millions of runs scored, and the only persons who seem to get wickets with it are Australians, because obviously that's what they use all the time. So really the point there is that the English bowlers, because they only get to play 2 games, they don't really know how to use a Kookaburra ball, and it's something that you'll have to use over and over again. And I would expect that most of the cricketers in the Caribbean will find the same problem.
Well, he was aggressive with that delivery. We know that Brathwaite is not the best player of the short ball, and he, with some difficulty, not too much really, got it down towards the leg gully area for single. It's a tactic that the cricket bowlers tend to use against him, getting that ball up in the chest area.
Yeah, you can understand that, because he's not a hooker or a puller. If anything, he just looks to get in and ride it and deflects it. So if you can get it up high enough, you've got a chance. But you must have people in that catching position too.
Very well played by McCaskey. Runs for him, he'll get 2 comfortably. Full and on the pads and worked away neatly. What do you make of McCaskey?
Oh, he's a good player. I must think he's a pretty good player. I picked him to play in the
Australia
squad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good player. I mean,
What do you like about him, Roland?
Listen, I think he's got a good technique. He's well organized. The only thing I really try to speak to him about on a regular basis when we chat is that I just wanted to have a hunger for big runs. Just don't be satisfied with 70, 80s.
Half shout there for the leg before. Umpire Williams had a look. It would have been sliding along the leg side, one would think. It was not a. It was an appeal more in hope than anything else, really.
Yeah, it looked as if it was angling down the leg side. But that's probably the first time that they've had anything that they could appeal for.
Yep.
It's been very easy so far for this opening pair for Barbados. But just to finish off what you were asking me in relation to McCaskey, I think McCaskey, has got ability to play at a high level. But as I said, I would just like him to become a bit hungrier for big runs. Don't settle for 80s or just over 100. When you get to those positions, you've got to be thinking about converting to the big hundreds. That gets you noticed, and then not just get you noticed. The higher level of cricket you play, that 180 is probably only worth about 90. So you've got to make it at this level.
Brathwaite will be looking for a second and will get it. Down to backward square. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact. Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, a little bit. Just watching the academy side. At the moment, there's just one way they're looking to get the batsman out. I mean, with someone like Craig Brathwaite, I would put in the short leg, and maybe having quite deep on the other cut pitch. You can take out that mid wicket because Craig is going to tuck it behind square anytime on the onside and pick up ones or twos. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and maybe bang the ball into the pitch a bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Some aggression.
He's going to get a single regardless of where the fielder is there. So try and put a bit of pressure on the batters. It's going to be so easy for the last thing Craig would want is pressure put on him. I mean, he'd be quite happy the way the field is set right now because he'll just settle in.
Not a bad delivery at all, but Craig's judgment is impeccable. So some of the objectives of the academy, what are you looking for with the academy side?
Well, I think the academies really should all be about giving these guys the experience of playing at first class level, getting them playing 4-day cricket, because outside of this, obviously they will not play a lot of longer form cricket. So it's important for them really to, just get the feel of it.
Very good cricket by Brathwaite. Ball played up towards that straight mid-wicket here, wide mid-on. It was his call. The ball went behind the non-striker. He was positive. Good response from McCaskey. The Barbados side got the single comfortably. But it's a good pitch for batting. And Barbados, as we said earlier, the action started at 1 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time. Barbados with their captain, Craig Brathwaite, who's captained the Barbados side for a long time now, winning the toss and electing to bat. It's been a solid start for them.
Just too easy. Nicely worked away by McCaskey.
Just get the feeling as we come up to the first hour that we may very well see spin pretty soon. It's been a good pitch for batting, although sometimes you see these pitches, they look good for batting, but it depends on who's bowling. On so many occasions you've seen pitches that are apparently easy to bat on, but someone comes with aggression, it looks like a completely different kettle of fish, as they say. I remember Tino Best as the over comes to an end, 48 without loss. Remember Tino Best bowling at Border, Border in Guyana, batsman's paradise. And the match finished in 2.5 days. We're talking maybe 15, 20 years ago, maybe even more. And on that side, Guyana had Chandapal, Hooper and company. But on the pitch, which was supposed to be dead, it was a fantastic spell of fast bowling by Tino Best. I also saw Malcolm Marshall in his last test match in Guyana, 1991. Never forget, he'd come from Jamaica not doing well. It was against Australia, and he really bowled very quickly. Colin Croft has bowled quickly on that pitch as well. So sometimes it depends on the bowler.
Absolutely. For a minute there, Andrew, I thought you were putting Malcolm and Tino in the same.
No,
in
not
the
at
same
all.
bracket.
Not at all.
Because when you mentioned those two first, I was wondering where you were going.
Yeah. I was going nowhere. So the action continues. Young Clark. Lovely action. Good run up. And there's McCaskey, who might have heard you, Roland, but he wants to bat long, bat into the cows and the sheep and the pigs come home, so to speak, in Bajan parlance. He's one that, you see him, he looks good, then he gets himself out, becoming a victim of his own indiscretion. But he's been solid, he's been resolute, He's been committed, and he's looking to get a big one today. Oh, what a shot. Meat and drink, put away. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Slightly over pitched, and McCaskey just pounced on that one.
So the 50 for the
50.
Barbados Pride comes up with that boundary.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
75
Just
balls.
striking it all along the ground.
Came in 56
Yeah,
minutes.
very talented batsman. Very much an old-fashioned batsman, but talented.
You like his technique?
Yeah, I think he's got a very good technique. I like his temperament as well. He's got
Okay.
a good temperament, and he's not afraid of short pitch bowling. He takes them on. And
Does he hook and pull?
Yeah,
as
he
well?
does, yeah.
Oh, that's good, because that has gone out of West Indies cricket. That's one right up in the block hole, dug out by McCaskey. Remember the days of Alvin Calituran hooking Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson. Ferro was a good hook as well, huh? Roy Fredericks.
But Fredericks was probably the best.
Yeah, you think he was the best, huh?
in terms of that hook shot.
Mm. Yeah, tremendous, huh? Did you play against Roy Fredericks?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
I thought he was in your time.
It's going back a bit.
I know, indeed. Roy Fredericks has gone to the great beyond. That's a good delivery. Inward movement from the right arm bowler. The ball came from the inner portion of the bat and went down towards mid wicket. So after being creamed through cover for 4, Clark has got his length a lot better and has come back with 2 very good deliveries indeed.
And Andrew Clark just settling for being just back of a length, not really hitting the pitch very hard, and just really hoping for something to happen.
So the backward point has been put in now, which is a normal thing that we see in cricket with fast bowlers bowling with the backward point. So Barbados after 13, they're 53 without loss.
Yeah, McCaskey and Brathwaite almost neck and neck, 27 to 23. And Brathwaite 41 balls, McCaskey 38. So, sorry, Brathwaite 23 and 38 balls, and McCaskey's 27 and 41.
Talking about Roy Fredericks, Roy Clifton Fredericks, born 1942, left us in 2000. So that's what, 25 years ago. Played 59 test matches and 12 one-day internationals. He was a tremendous batsman. And of course, would have been a member of that World Cup squad back in 1975. You remember that, don't you?
I remember it well. I watched the game, and
So we have a new ball introduced at the Malcolm Marshall end. It's Joshua Bishop.
in actual fact, I watched those first 3 World Cups, 75, 79, and 83.
And 83. We don't want to talk too much about the 83 World Cup. So we got a change in bowling. Spin for the first time today. Joshua Bishop, who's had a good time in the competition. Of course, Roy Fredericks from Blairmont in Berbice, one of the several Berbicians that have come through to represent the West Indies with distinction. So Bishop is in from the southern end. What do you make of Bishop?
Yeah, I think Bishop has made himself into a pretty good cricketer, both with bat and ball. He's quite an effective batter as well. People underestimate his ability.
That's gone through, and we'll go for 4. Very well played indeed by McCaskey through cover.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just slightly short of a length, and just shows, Andrew, that on this pitch, you just cannot be just slightly short of a length. That was not a long hop by any stretch of the imagination. But McCaskey played it very well.
Yeah, you're right. It was not a long hop, but he was able to put it away. And that's the beauty of a batsman being able to put good balls away as well. So short, extra cover put in now. Played across that delivery, but got away with it, down to backward square for one.
Yeah, Andrew, that's the sort of shot that gets McCaskey out when he's set. I mean, at this stage, you've got a deep square leg, so it's a risky shot to play. It is better to just paddle it, or he could have flicked it off his legs. There would be no danger whatsoever, but he went for the full-blooded sweep, and at one stage, the deep square leg was, looked interested.
Yeah, in fact, immediately the captain came down and had a word with him. Now we know Brathwaite is a good player spin, one that you wouldn't maybe leave your rice and peas a Sunday to come and watch, but he's a very effective player, Brathwaite. One that is very difficult to dislodge, values his wicket. So we've had the first hour, an hour in which Barbados can be proud. 14 overs gone, 58 without loss. McCaskey 32 and Brathwaite 23, and it's been a pretty good first hour for Barbados.
Yeah, it's been a very good first hour as they take some drinks, and these two has really put Barbados in a good position. We've had 14 overs in that hour, so the over rate's not too bad. But the fact that Barbados have been able to not lose any wickets in that period, it's a good start.
So the players have refreshed themselves. It's been a good first hour for the Barbados team, and 58 without loss, with Captain Brathwaite firmly entrenched along with McCaskey on a pitch which has offered very little to the bowlers. Good toss to win. Barbados are batting, The weather's good, lovely breeze coming across Kensington Oval. So as we're just about to resume, time for change of commentators. Henry Wallace is going to be joined by Joel Manning.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. And a very comfortable start here for the Barbados Pride. Opening partnership still there. And against an attack that one can say was a little bit docile and lackluster. We've seen probably a little bit too much of that today in the exchanges, where the line of the academy bowlers has been somewhat inconsistent, but predominantly on the leg side, going down the leg side into the pads and the body. And you expect that that's really easy pickings for first-class batters, and no real tremors in the pitch. We've seen one or two deliveries which stayed down a bit, but primarily it's been a surface that the bowlers, it looks like the bowlers are going to have to work hard to get some wickets.
Squeezed away and should find its way across the ropes. He's looked good so far, McCaskey.
Probably overcompensating on that occasion, McKenny Clark. This time too wide of off stump. Short and wide, and it makes you wonder what the message was at the drinks break. The academy players were in a huddle, and when we look at the field placing now, it would suggest that they've been asked to operate in a defensive mode.
Just peels off the inner portion of the bat there from McCaskey.
And Joel, we spoke about the inconsistency in terms of line from the academy bowlers, and that sometimes can play on the concentration levels of the batters because you really don't know what to expect next. So it's something too that as a batter you really have to dig deep to more or less raise your levels of concentration, which you would ordinarily think will go when the bowling is really tight and accurate or challenging.
He seems to be oozing confidence now. McCaskey really getting into his work. That particular shot, it just tells you how he's feeling out there at the moment. Ball coming onto the bat quite nicely, no demons in the surface, and hopefully setting himself up for what he would like to think will be a big score here.
Well, his timing is a lot better. We've seen him attempt those off drives and more often than not seem to not get the timing right. Looks a lot better now.
Bowen Tuckett at about 5 feet 1 inches tall. Couldn't get to that one. Finds his way into the boundary. It's 5 wides.
Well, poor delivery there. You know, the only person that was challenged with that delivery was Tuckett, and maybe not even so. The challenge was trying to haul it down, and it was short, it was wide, it was high, and not the sort of delivery that you would expect. And Clark is just all over the shop at the moment. His first 3 overs were pretty okay. They were fairly accurate, but I'm not sure what's happened since the break. Maybe he's just striving for a little bit of extra pace. But as I said, it hasn't really presented a challenge for the batters.
I guess just trying to find something in this surface. finds the gap. And mid wicket, probably should get 2 for it. .71 without loss.
Two batters looking extremely comfortable at the moment. 71 without loss. They'll be seeing it as an opportunity to really cash in for a big one. You spoke about McCaskey, who's had a number of starts. And if you were going to be ultra critical, it's been his conversion rate. Joshua Bishop will continue from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he has been the real mainstay of the academy attack so far in the series. He's got that man in on the drive at the short extra cover position, but I think he's probably expected to play more of a role, bringing the batter onto the front foot.
Well, that is a shot of authority for the skipper, Craig Brathwaite.
We've seen Brathwaite when he's opted to attack the spinners. That's the area where he looks to go to the leg side over the mid-on, long-on area. Again, we see the bottom hand dominant shot. Getting down the pitch slightly towards the leg side and just tugging that ball just over the mid-on fielder. There's no one back, so it's a pretty safe shot.
Uses the feet this time. Dances to the right tune, Brathwaite. That's back-to-back boundaries.
For me, a much better shot. Same result, but this time just maintaining the shape a little bit longer and hitting it along the ground, just on the onside of the pitch. So that will certainly be of some enjoyment for Craig Brathwaite.
Showing intent to Bishop. If you think back to round number 1 of the West Indies Championship, he picked up 10 wickets versus Leeward Islands. 7 wickets in the first innings and 3 in the second. Of course, conditions a lot different here at Kensington in comparison to Coolidge, but they'll still be looking to him as a major option. Zishan Watara has been brought into the side for today's matchup. Do expect that his leg spin will come into the contest at some point.
Yeah, I think we should expect a diet of spin bowling from the academy, especially if the batters continue to go like this. Of course, with this pink ball, there's always some debate about the twilight period, where the batters find it a little bit more challenging. I think our scores have over completed here. Yeah, so the umpires have just agreed. So that's 16 overs completed, and the Barbados Pride 81 without loss. Kenny Clark to continue. And things are looking more and more docile as the afternoon goes on. We've seen already the one spinner And I imagine it won't be too long before the second spinner comes into the attack.
Yeah, you do expect that the spinners will put in the hard yards on this surface. You mentioned quite early on, it looks a lot drier than many might have hoped for on day number 1, and it's quite interesting because before we got into play, I'll get back to it after this. Yeah, the start of play. Scamper to and get there quite nicely. A good call in the end from Zachary McCaskey, pushing Craig Brathwaite to come back. But there was a bit of canvas and that was left on the surface quite close towards the start of play, and it was a case of they were looking to keep as much moisture in the surface as possible. You just wonder how much moisture there truly was still left in the surface this morning, because from the time that came off, a lot of size went up in terms of the fact that it just looked quite dry. Didn't look as if it might offer the seamers much here.
Yeah, but the thing about the soil here at Kensington Oval is that it compacts really well. So, as I said, there were some cracks that were very noticeable from maybe 2 days ago. But I suppose the real danger is if those cracks start to widen, or if the ends start to break off, that's when you would really have the concern. If it remains intact, then it's a very hard surface. So the fast bowlers can still get something out of it. You just really have to hit the deck hard, bowl those hard lengths.
Talking about hard lengths at the moment, quite decent in terms of McKenny Clark in this over, in terms of the areas that he's hit. You might probably say that you look across the 3 seamers used, he might probably be the most consistent in terms of the areas that he's hit this afternoon.
Definitely so. I think the 4th over was the one that he was a little bit erratic, but either side of that, he has shown better control. And it's that kind of length where the batter just can't quite get forward to get into a full-blooded drive, and it's probably not short enough to attack off the back foot. So when you get the ball up into the splice of the blade, that is normally a good indicator of the length that is not as comfortable for the batter. And I'm just seeing the players doing a few stretches. Clark just looked as if he took a deep breath at the top of his mark.
Well, a nice looking drive that produces none to bring us to the end of 17. It is 83 without loss.
There, where he's on his haunches at the moment. At the end of that over, he did appear to be slightly winded, so we hope he's okay. Edge found, but not carrying to the field at slip. So there has been some encouragement there for Bishop. He has been getting a little bit of turn.
Yeah, the first real ooh of the day. Just getting into a rhythm here is Joshua Bishop. But yeah, haven't necessarily heard the oohs and the ahs to get play going. A lot of wrist work in that one from the skipper to work it down towards long on.
Well, the fielder was pushed back at long on for Craig Brathwaite. Some may say that's an attacking move because Brathwaite was looking on a couple of occasions, hit him down the ground.
Yeah, Angle definitely taking that one down the leg, said umpire right. Agrees as well. Wow, from McCaskey. That one sails over the ropes and into the stands.
Oh, that would have given him quite a lot of satisfaction. What a lovely cricket shot. It was slightly slower from Bishop. But there was McCaskey hitting that one slightly inside to out. We saw Brathwaite hitting outside in and dragging it to long on, but that was a more conventional shot there from McCaskey.
End of the over for Bishop.
.90 without loss, not looking good for the academy. An interesting tactics here by the Barbados Pride, because we spoke about this earlier, where Joel, where we said that Bishop was seen as the main man, Joshua Bishop, seen as the main man with the ball for the academy, certainly in the first game of this series. And I think, in previous competitions, he's been the main person in terms of the spinning department. And it appears as if it's a concerted effort to try to attack Bishop, which will naturally put a lot of pressure back on the academy captain as to how best he can counter that. And we saw at the end of the last over where they were both a long on and a long off in position. And to see that in the early exchanges of the spin bowlers spell would suggest that the Barbados batters have just about got the upper hand on Bishop. And as I said, it may be a particular ploy to try and take the attack to him.
Captain Teddy Bishop making a change now. Blades back with ball in hand. Opened the bowling a little earlier this afternoon. Can't get it past Clark at mid-on. Wasn't much firm with ball in hand at the start of this morning, or rather the start of this afternoon. Jeddia Blades. Just wonder what areas is he looking to concentrate on here now in his second spell of the day. Roughly about 35 minutes or so before we get to the end of the first session of this day-night encounter.
Well, he's still bowling at decent pace, is Blades. Once or twice we saw him banging the ball into the pitch and created some discomfort for Craig Brathwaite in particular. Of course, with the left arm coming over the wicket to the right-handed batter, it does create a bit of a blind side. Remember Richie Richardson, who was one of the best hookers that I've seen, saying to me that Wasim Akram always presented a problem for him. Brathwaite drives. They're thinking about two. Yeah, Richie Richardson said that someone like Wasim Akram with that left arm over, he found him, the most difficult to negotiate with his short balls, and again, is creating that blind side, because Richie was one of those players that was a little bit very side on, almost past the side on, and it created a bit of a blind spot for him. But I suppose Wasim Akram did create problems for most batters.
I was saying quite a few will have that story when it came to Wazim Akram in terms of the difficulties that they had with him. Even if they opened up that stance a bit, somehow he was either able to get through those defenses or just take away the hands and nick them off. In behind it nicely is McCaskey. Take a very disciplined effort here from the academy. Even though looking at conditions wouldn't necessarily put the brightest of a smile on a fast bowler's face, if you're disciplined, you earn a reward or two. You might get a mistake or two in the back end as well, because we think about that second innings from Barbados, the fact that it kind of fell away. Just need to find themselves getting one breakthrough, and just maybe that lifts the spirits. And maybe one or two things go in their favor as well, but it's going to start with discipline here for them.
And at the moment, it seems as if the plan is to bowl outside, bowl one side of the wicket, and bowl outside the off stump. There was a man deep on the backward square boundary. He's now come into mid-wicket just to right of screen there. So it's probably keeping the options open, maybe to present the odd short ball to McCaskey.
Gets it past cover. Work to be done, a good chase on. Oh, but in the end, the ball wins the battle. Kimogis can't reel it back in. A boundary to close things out. It now moves up to 96 without loss.
Very healthy run rate there for the Barbados Pride. Just over 5 runs and over. And I think we'll just keep a close eye on the matchups here with the left arm spinner Joshua Bishop bowling to these two Barbados Pride batters. As I said before, they had the long on and not long off in position. The long on is certainly going back into position, and it looks like the long off is going to go all the way on the boundary as well. No, he's about 3/4 way.
Field dropping back simply because of the pressure applied both by Brathwaite and McCaskey. Just one away from another half century at this level. Gonna have to wait a bit longer for it, McCaskey.
Seems like Bishop has slowed up his pace a bit, maybe just giving the ball a little bit more opportunity to turn.
Wrapped on the pad, and he's given. That's the breakthrough that they wanted, and it's come via their main man, Joshua Bishop.
Just what the doctor ordered for the Cricket West Indies Academy. Once again, the sweep shot proving to be the downfall of a Caribbean batter. And you would have to say definitely against the run of play. It seems straight enough. I think the only thing umpire Wright needed to consider was whether it pitched in line, and it appeared as if it pitched just about middle and leg stump. Did straighten, so everything there going against McCaskey. But congratulations to Joshua Bishop. The academy players really needed something to motivate them. And no surprise that Joshua Bishop was the man who has delivered and picked up that first wicket of McCaskey.
Total 96 for 1 and 19.4 overs.
Looked quite poised and set
Jonathan Twiggs.
for what would have been another half century at this level. McCaskey. Attempted that sweep shot. Yeah, certainly struck in lane and going on to hit. And it brings Jonathan Drakes, though, to the crease. Another young man with a lot of talent and potential. Drakes. Just thinking maybe going back would have been his undoing. A successful over for the academy in 96 for 1.
So just under half an hour left before the break. 97 for 1, Barbados in a position of comfort, if not one of command. Losing the wicket of McCaskey, again sweeping and gone. Jedediah Blades, decent left-arm bowler to the new batsman Drakes, and that's a lovely shot. What a way to get off the mark, firmly driven for 2 through cover. Drakes did well in Guyana. Got a half century, and his departure saw Barbados really in some trouble. It was a defeat that got the cricket tongues wagging across the Caribbean against the defending champions, the Ghana Harpy Eagles. You never ever fool around with Harpy Eagles. Full and wide, just come off the outside edge. Roland Butcher alongside me. Roland, in terms of Jonathan Drakes, what do you make of him as a batsman?
Yeah, good young player. I've known Jonathan for a very long time. I was his manager at under 15, so I've seen his development over that period of time.
You were his manager, I didn't know that.
I see.
Okay. A lot of things I don't know, huh?
I will tell you some of the other players that was in that team
I'd
at
be
the time
delighted
as well.
to hear.
Yeah, that team consisted of people like Tevin Walker.
Right.
It also had Jamil Stewart.
Jamil Stewart, who would have played for the Spartan side, a useful cricketer. In fact, when you first saw him, you thought he might have gone on, but no longer in Barbados, but a very decent cricketer. Jamil Stewart.
Yep. Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure that those in Ghana will not want for you to call that name. Look what he did in the CPL. Aaron Jones, who would have played for the United States, a very good player. And in that finals, it was a tremendous performance from him along with Roston Chase.
Obviously, Jonathan, and shortly, but there were quite a few.
Okay, well, we know that we know you're not as young as you used to be, hence the challenges with memory. But you'll get there someday, Roland Butcher, approaching the grand old age of 80. Is that right? Or is it 70? Blaze, just before the break, big strong man. Very good delivery indeed. So the over comes to an end. Just 3 from the over. Barbados as we head towards the break at tea on the first day. Make that lunch actually, because it's so late in the afternoon. You think it's about time for tea, but of course the action starting at 1 o'clock. The break is at 3. 99 for 1. 21 overs gone.
Yeah, McGaskey just gifting his wicket away, Andrew. We spoke about that sweep shot earlier on. No need to be playing across the line of the ball when the onside is so free. At best, he would have just got a single anywhere. There's a man in the deep, clip the ball off the legs, get a single. We saw early in the innings, he played it early against Joshua Bishop. And, as I said, he lived by the sword, he died by the sword. Jafari Topping was another one.
Yep. Yeah, a player who plays at the local level in Barbados. In fact, his side was recently promoted to the elite, the Windward team up in St. Philip, deep in rural Barbados. Very, very exciting player. Top in. That's interesting because Brathwaite went on the back foot, played that ball in the air to short extra cover. There was the ooh and the ah there. That was pretty close.
Yeah, he's probably looking to play it slightly squarer. Ended up hitting it towards extra cover. Matthew Jones.
Matthew Jones was part of that. He's in the Barbados lineup, didn't actually make the side. Now, Brathwaite has that tendency to go on the back foot and actually play a ball from outside the off-stump down to mid-on. He does that with a lot of risk in the shot. I've seen him do that on a lot of occasions. The 100 has come on the board for the Barbados Pride. Pitch has been pretty good for batting, Roland.
Yeah, perfect for batting. Seems to be a little bit of turn there for Joshua Bishop, but nothing to worry the batters.
Jonathan Drakes is a very good player of spin. And certainly continuing to battle away for the Barbados team. Plays for Wanderers in the local competition. In fact, the two batsmen at the crease, Drakes and Brathwaite, they both play for Wanderers. Barbados looking good. 100 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, and just so you can see how many of those guys went on to play first-class cricket. It's quite a few.
Wonderful.
Jonathan Drakes he's a good young batter and he's got a bright future.
Yep, there's no doubt about that. Given his opportunity to play for the Barbados team. So we're just about 20 minutes away from the break. But let our viewers know that at the break we got a special feature for you. Nikhil Umpitan Dani. I might have got a tongue twister with that. Young man going places all across the world. Very good guy, and we wish him well. And he's going to be doing an interview with Ahmed Jangu. So look forward to that at the break. And we also have one lined up with Jimmy Adams as well. So at the break, we're going to be doing that. Jangu and Jimmy Adams. Interviews that would have been done some time ago. I'm sure you'd be quite keen to hear what these gentlemen, they've got to say. You were once director of sports at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. Jeddah Blades, have you seen a lot of him?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of it. You may remember, or you may not, because your memory is not too good. I'll tell you in a minute. I told you at the beginning of last season.
Yes. Yeah.
On your
Show Mason and Guess.
on your show.
That he was one for the future. Well, you didn't get a chance to pick him, but he was picked.
But I recognize
His talent, yeah.
that he had the ability, and within 6 months he was playing international cricket. So
No, it'll be quite interesting to find out from Roland Butcher, former West Indies selector, why does he like this young man, Jadab Blades? What an interesting name to have as well. Good save down to the boundary by Lane. Had to move a long way across his right. Bradford will get a second. Good work to stop that ball down at that fine leg area. So the attention is now turned to Blades. What do you think of him?
well, listen, Andrew. The currency for a bowler is wickets, and he has consistently got 2 or 3 wickets early on of the top batters, and that's the currency. Keith Holder gave some stats here for Jamar Eiffel, who has 26 wickets in 34 games.
Good tumbling save down at that mid-on area. Firm push by Brathwaite.
And that is in club cricket.
So say that again.
He's got 26 wickets
26 wickets
in 34 games,
and is in the Barbados side.
spread over 6 years.
Yeah,
But
that's
what
an
I'm saying
interesting
is
stat.
the currency is wickets, and Blades, he's still young. He's got a lot to learn. He's got to get his fitness better as well. But he's also odd commodity, and he's a left-arm seamer, and we don't have too many of those. Oh, that's the shot of the day.
You described it. Beautifully played indeed. Jonathan Drakes wonderfully pushed away through the cover area. The shot of the day, you're right. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, classy shot that. Just slightly over pitch, but the moment it left the bat, you heard that sweet sound.
Yeah, he's a good player. Seen a lot of him at the local level. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. A delivery that was pitched just on the off stump, and what a rasping drive through cover. Beautifully timed. She said plays for Wanderers in the local competition. In fact, the Wanderers team won the championship last year for the first time in 42 years. Wanderers, a club that would have produced some pretty good cricketers. Seems as if the ball is lost under the
And
covers.
They lost that final game as well.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
But
it's-
look at that. Oh,
that's
what a
beau-
shot.
That is a beautiful shot, that. Not just the timing, but nice straight bat, held the position. Textbook.
Yeah, beautifully played. Good camera work as well. Thanks to you, Mr. Green. That's why we hire you, Mr. Green, because you produce some wonderful work. And a good team as well, Mr. Blenman and company. Several cameras as well to ensure that we get all the action. That's a good comeback delivery. Typical fast bowler's response. Actually being called a wide by the umpire. Was that a harsh call, you think?
Very harsh.
Umpire Wright, who apparently was wrong.
And then also give one for the over. That is extremely harsh. That was, for me, was a good response to the
Yeah,
to that
typical
cover
fast
drive.
bowler's response, you're
Yeah.
right. And it had some pace as well. You know, I'm not one to believe that our pitches in the Caribbean are as slow as we make them out to be. I just don't think we've got the fast bowlers to exploit the pitches.
Should follow up with another bouncer.
And he does. Well, he tried it, really. A little turn away on the onside for 1. I think that was telegraphed. I think Drake's was going to be on the back foot because he recognized he would have bowled that short delivery and just worked away for 1. So, 23 gone. Barbados Pride winning the toss and batting. 109 for 1.
Yeah, really good start by Barbados. Obviously took the initiative, having won the toss. And Captain Craig Brathwaite, he's not going to give it away like McCaskey. You're going to have to get him out because he would have recognised that this is a good pitch. He's got 2 sessions to bat before the night comes in with this pink ball, and he intends to cash in.
So the wicket taker, Joshua Bishop, to continue. Bishop, who would have also played for the UWI, looking to go between the umpire and the stumps, round the wicket to the right-handed Drakes. So there's a long off and a cover on the boundary. Also backward square, about 15-20 meters inside the boundary. Interesting field set by the captain. We know Craig Brathwaite is one that will bat away for a long time. Seeing the ball as big as a Bajan breadfruit now. And will certainly be looking to get 100 here, Craig Brathwaite. I found it interesting that in Pakistan he was playing the sweep. In fact, the very first ball that he faced in the test match, he attempted the reverse sweep. Couldn't quite understand that. Beautifully bowled. Lovely delivery. A little bit slower the way that Warkan bowled in Pakistan. Just a little turn away and beat Brathwaite's probing bat. Beautifully bowled by Bishop.
Yeah, an excellent delivery, that 5th delivery there by Bishop. Just turned and bounced. Brathwaite grouping outside the off stump.
We've seen 4 bowlers in operation. And Blades has bowled the most. Bowled in 7 for 42. Seen young Lane. We've seen Clark as well in operation. Blades, big, strong left-arm fast bowler. I've seen him a lot in the local competition. Of course, a lot of the cricket being carried locally. Barbados must take a bow for its investment in cricket. This game not only being streamed that everyone can see in Barbados across the world, it's also on Rush. Hello to our friends at Rush. And also carried on local radio, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. So this is very good indeed. I think the Barbados Cricket Association and, of course, Cricket West Indies should be very happy with the kind of coverage that we've been able to get. These games are streamed. A couple of other games being played as well. Defending champions, the Harper Eagles playing against the CCC. That game is at Providence. Let's get the feeling with 10 minutes to go before the break now that Drakes is playing for his, maybe his rice and peas or peas and rice, depending on which part of the Caribbean you're from, heading up to 3 o'clock.
That's not athlete's food, Andrew.
Is it? I like that. Well, they certainly eat it. So let's look at Blades here. He's pitched the ball up to Drakes, and Drakes Brathwaite pushed that down towards mid-off. Just get the feeling that you may get a short ball here from Blades bowling round the wicket. Typical fast bowler setting up the batsman with those balls pitched up. So we shall see. Well, I think I know a bit about the game because I expected that, having pitched the ball up to Brathwaite.
And so did Jonathan Drakes as well.
Yep, indeed.
Ducked under that one very easily.
Well, he produced a short ball that was called wide in the last over. And as you said, Drakes is the batsman on 8, pitching it up and then producing the short ball. It'll be interesting to see what he does here. Would he go for another short ball? He looked to Yorkin. We shall see. This is good cricket, good length, good line. But Drakes into line and play that lovely push into the offside down to extra cover. And we remind you that at the break, we've got to have a very special interview done by Nikhil Umchandani. And we're going to be bringing that for you with Amir Jangu, who on the evidence of a brilliant 100 in St. Kitts was able to go to Pakistan. And we're also going to be doing an interview with Jimmy Adams. So look forward to that at the break. Now this is good bowling, very good bowling. I think it's been a very good over indeed. Keeping the batsman honest, pitching it up, then that short ball came along. And the end of a good tight over from Blades. 25 gone now. Barbados pride winner to Dawson Batten. 110 for 1.
Yeah, much better over that by Jadair Blades. Not really trying to get the ball to swing, just bowling line in length. Keeping Drakes in, Jonathan Drakes in defence for every delivery and actually bowled a maiden. So, you know, he will feel a lot better himself. He's been quite expensive to date, but that was a better over.
So look at the Jamaica Scorpions playing against the Leeward Hurricanes. 192 for 2 with Blackwood on 8. And John Campbell, yes indeed, the man who is always under the spotlight, batting very, very well indeed. One who's looking to get back into the West Indies team. He's got 100. Well done to him. So John Campbell 100 and doing very well. Windward's Volcanoes are about 72 for 3. Kevin Hodges on 51 not out. So interesting to see what's happening in that game. Of course, Shamar Joseph is playing for the Harpy Eagles. They're playing against the CCC. Good to see John Campbell among the runs again. I know his goal is to play for the West Indies again.
Well, he started well, so he's given himself every opportunity. So if you get hundreds, then you know his name must be mentioned. So all he can do is bat and score runs, and he started to do that.
So 111 for 1, 26 overs gone. Not bad at all, really. I mean, when you look at the fact that Barbados won the toss, the Pride and decided to bat. First 2 overs of cricket, you can make over 100. That's not bad at all. The rate is 4.27. Drake's is 8 from 20. But look at Brathwaite. He's got 45 from 71. That wouldn't bother him by any stretch of the imagination. He's accustomed to batting for very long periods. So Blades to continue his probe, operating from the northern end of the ground to the Joel Garner end. Barbados losing the wicket of McCaskey, sweeping. Roland Butcher warned about getting to the 20s and the 30s and then getting out. Some of he's got to work on, the young man. So the Joel Garner and the big bird. Some feel it should be Sir Joel. Of course, the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, seeing Joe Garner operating from that northern end, and Malcolm Denzel Marshall operating from the southern end. Tremendous combination. Joe Garner, nicknamed the Big Bird. And congratulations to the Barbados Cricket Association for recognizing this performance, which was worthy of commendation. And of course, the Malcolm Marshall end, great fast bowlers. Coppin, Cozier, and short media centre on the far side of the ground. Of course, the late, great Tony Cozier, one of the best ever produced. They just clapped his hands there. I think it was a bit of frustration because he might have just gotten a bit too straight there on the leg stump, just worked away by Drake's for single. Greenwich and Haynes stand, not being used, just the 3 Ws, but of course that awesome combination for the West Indies over the years. So Gordon Greenwich and the most honourable Desmond Haynes, Barbados being a republic, so he's not sir. And the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. Worrell, Weeks and Walcott, the 3 Ws. Someday, something will be named after Roland Butcher at Kensington. You reckon that, Roland? Highly unlikely. If that happens, the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers. What a contribution. The best all-rounder the world has ever seen. I want to say that again. The best all-rounder the world has ever seen. The great Sir Garfield Sobers.
Yeah, this is a nice spell just before lunch by Blades. Testing Brathwaite with a short one.
CCC 190 for 4. Kyle Corbin is at the crease, the old man. He's got 12. And Richards is on 12 as well. So not doing badly, 190 for 4 up against the defending champions. Will want to hold them, I would imagine. So, ball just turned away in the onside, down towards that backward square for a single. And that's the break. Umpires having a look. 3 o'clock on my watch, 3 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, 2 o'clock in Jamaica. And having won the toss and elected to bat, the Barbados Pride after that bruising defeat at the hands of the Ghana Harpy Eagles, looking to recover at the region's Mecca. It's been a good session for them, led by the captain Craig Brathwaite, 47 from 76 balls. His first officer, Jonathan Drakes, he's there as well. 27 overs gone, 114 for 1. And Roland Butcher alongside me, a pretty good session for Barbados.
Yeah, a very good session. They took full advantage of a very good batting surface. And first thing right, Craig Brathwaite won the toss, elected to bat, and he put himself in the firing line. Just the one discretion, really, that wicket of McCaskey, who also batted well. But at the luncheon interval, I think Barbados firm and in control of this first session. And they will look forward to the second session, really, where the runs, they'll be looking to pile the runs on during that next session.
Yep, good session. There's no question about that. 114 for 1. The pitch has been good, Roland Butcher, for batting. And in terms of the bowling, Roland, you've seen a couple of bowlers. We saw Blades. You're doing pretty well.
Yeah, the bowlers. I think Joshua Bishop really has been the best of the bowlers. The slow left-arm spinner. He's also picked up the one wicket. It's been difficult for the faster bowlers. There's been little swing, little movement off the pitch. So it's been very difficult for them. I think Blade's last 2 overs before lunch has been good. He then started to bowl in a more containing fashion and was able to control the batters as they were looking to lunch. But I think the left-arm spinner was easily the best bowler.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And Jonathan Drake's a 9. Had a half century against the RP Eagles. He's a solid player, batting at 3. And many people believe that's where he should bat in the Barbados team. Craig Brathwaite, we know he's solid as ever. 47 from 76 balls, batting very, very well indeed. And Barbados won 14 for 1. 27 overs gone. Having won the toss and elected to bat. Seems to be a pretty good decision made by Barbados.
Yeah, very good decision. I think probably the only decision they could have made, I would have expected that the academy team would have done the same thing. The surface does not suggest that there are any terrors out there. The fact that you've got 2 sessions to bat before you get on the lights, obviously Craig Brathwaite was aware of that and made sure that he, having won the toss, took first knock.
Yep, indeed, no question about that. No question about that at all. And the ground staff doing a wonderful job there in just getting ready for the action. Certainly after the break, it's been a good break for the Barbados team. So what we're going to do now is just look back at what has happened. Some lovely flowing drives. Blades, beautiful shot through the onside. Brathwaite, the batsman, beautifully timed. Brathwaite, a very, very solid player. All timing there through that mid-on there. The wonderful cut shot by McCaskey. Down to backward point, beautifully played. That, to me, was a shot of the afternoon. Lovely rasping drive through cover. Too short and played away. Down to cover. Left arm spinner Blades was too short. Beautifully played down to backward point. All timing again. Ooh, that was difficult for the keeper. Wide signal by the umpire. And don't see that very often by Brathwaite coming down the pitch, driving straight as an arrow down to that long on area for a boundary. Another firm drive for boundary. And then through cover, Brathwaite driving beautifully down to cover for a boundary in the end. Had a chance to stop it. No, that's not a good shot. Sweeping, McCaskey goes plumb leg before, and a very disappointing way to go. No doubt about that. But then Jonathan Drake came to the crease. We know he's a wonderful player, and that perhaps was one of the best shots we've seen, driving through cover beautifully for 4. It's been a good session for the Barbados team. 114 for 1, 27 overs gone. The action will resume in about 35 minutes, but of course we're going to continue here to bring you all the action. Now, Nikhil Umtindani got together and spoke to a man who batted so very well in St. Kitts, making 100, and as a result of that, he went on to play for the West Indies in Pakistan. Let's go to that interview right away.
'24, the year of Amir Django. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Django?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Alzari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest, and when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top. Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
What you mad or? Dog.
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No homo.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes. Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay.
We're back after the tea interval. Barbados spread 114 for one. Spin in the form of Joshua Bishop to get things going. Brathwaite and Drakes, the batters for Barbados Pride. Drake still relatively new at the crease after what was a good platform set between Brathwaite and McCaskey. Just a bit of turn away from Brathwaite. Into his 8th over now is Joshua Bishop. He's been the one to get the breakthrough. Worked away. Will find its way into the boundary. And that's another 50 at the first class level for captain Craig Brathwaite. His 68th 50 at the first class level, Craig Brathwaite. He's looked the part from the start. A very welcome return to this Barbados Pride side.
So Pride won 18 for 1, Pride batting 51. The 50 for batting knocking off 82 balls in 123 minutes with 6 fours. Bowling from the Joel Ireland will be Johan Lee.
A switch of ends for Johan Lane. He previously operated in the first session from the Malcolm Marshall end. Gets up tall and nice. Does Jonathan Drakes. He really looks the picture when he's batting like this. This time on the front foot. And should probably get 2 for it. So he settled in quite nicely. If you're wondering what the pink armbands being worn by the Barbados Pride, it's in honor of Ken Roy Williams, the stalwart of Barbadian cricket, who passed away recently. On a couple occasions, the West Indies Academy boys have opted to test in middle of the surface. Johan Lane, on that occasion. Kenny Clark did as well. Jedediah Blades. No real response from the surface here at Kensington Oval. Reinforcing that leg side field. Now a man comes from the offside to a short mid-wicket position. Operating with 2 men back behind square on the leg side boundary. The man forward of square at a whitish mid wicket and then a straight mid wicket. I guess it's for that type of bowling. Brings us to the end of 29 is 124 for 1. Bowen Tuckett giving chase. But in the end, it was Watara to get there first. You just wonder at what stage did they bring the leg spin of Watara into the conversation here. You've seen a bit of purchase for Joshua Bishop. Looking to go up and over that offside, Jonathan Drakes. Definitely something that Bishop will enjoy seeing. Goes a bit straighter, this time a bit flatter as well. And there's that bit of purchase that I was talking about. Just enough in the surface to encourage the spinner in Bishop. Enough to beat the bat of Jonathan Drakes. You just wonder if something will be there as well from Atara. Naturally will turn the ball away for the two right-handed batters. Has the googly as well. Tries to sneak that one through. Gets the bat down in time. A single to bring us to the end of that one. 126 for one. I mentioned two men behind square on the leg side. And one comes into conversation there in the form of Jeddia Blades. The deep backward square leg. And the man at fine leg quite wide as well on the boundary. But it appears as if the line is going to be quite straight to the two right-handed batters, possibly back of a length as well when I think about the two men who were at mid-wicket. In fact, a change being made now. So deep backward square leg comes in front of square and looks to be coming towards going to be square leg on the boundary, and then the man goes just behind 45 on the leg side. It tells you about the length that Johan Lane will be looking to operate to Craig Brathwaite, just back of a length, probably around that hip region or so, looking for one or two that he might fend off in the direction of the man at 45 on the leg side, looking for that chance. Might go a bit shorter, encourage Brathwaite to go for the pull. Brings the man that mid-wicket position into the conversation. Also brings the man back on the boundary at square leg into the conversation as well if he's not in control of it. So a clear plan in operation here for Lane and the academy. The man at mid-on is just a bit wide as well. Captain Teddy Bishop is the one at mid-on. And there's what I mentioned, that's that back of a length. Probably not getting it in terms of the height that he wanted to get it up to Johan Lane. But in terms of the line, that's certainly where they're going to be looking to attack Brathwaite. Have him working around that corner. If he's able to get something out of the surface, get it just above that hip region, going towards that rib region. Can he get Brathwaite fending off? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So bowling to the plan, Johan Lane, but called a wide. I think that's probably quite harsh from the umpires on that occasion. Limited overs, sure, fair enough. But in this longer format, I think just a bit of room that you can play with there. That's what we're talking about, but it produces a boundary for Brathwaite. Not in control, but the results still favor him. That's the type of risk that comes in with this type of plan, especially when the batter is encouraged to go after it. Can also produce a boundary or two, but I don't think he should feel too hard done there on that occasion. Johan Lane. A single to close out that one. 133 for one. Conditions starting to be slightly overcast here at Kenton Oval. During the break, had a couple showers that have now subsided. Probably might have a bit of moisture out there on that outfield. Yeah, like I say, certainly has been a productive region for Craig Brathwaite. Not just today, but over the years that he's played his cricket. A dot ball to close out the over. Just one in it. 134 for one. After resuming after the break at 114 for one. And Barbados Pride have now progressed to 134 for 1. So another partnership building here between Brathwaite and Drakes. Getting into quite an awkward position to play that one. Brathwaite, I think, more so expecting one on the shorter side of things. He's setting himself up. See him there rehearsing that shot as well. Just opening up the body a bit more, looking to prepare for that short ball from Johan Lane. Could be a very interesting battle here between the two Drakes, though, on strike now. You can probably tell yourself that Jonathan Drakes is someone that would also look to maybe take on that short delivery as well. With the man back, can he get on top of it? Can he control that? If not, could present that chance to the man back at the deep square leg boundary. A bit of double bluff. Almost going a bit further into the pad and just getting the bat down in time. John Drake. So this period of play, which is a little more interesting on the part of the West Indies Academy in terms of you're seeing a plan in place from them, and not just that, but you're seeing them bowl to that plan as well. So things are relatively dry from the end that Bishop is bowling at. He's keeping things tight. And no, Johan Lane following that up. Nearly to the hands of the man at 45 on the leg side. Brathwaite, though, gets himself another boundary. Just for a second, Johan Lane thought that maybe the plans paid off. And Brathwaite showing that he's prepared to take it on. You can just see it from the stance. A lot more open in his stance. Of course, Johan Lane bowling around the wicket to him, but he's telling himself he's going to take it on. Brathwaite, the man at 45 on the leg side, comes a bit finer now. And this time, it goes to the left of him. So a bit of cat and mouse underway. Just sliding down the leg side on that angle. Brings us to the end of a very eventful and exciting over. 142 for 1. Can't get it past. I'd rather get it through that offside ring. Takes the pace off ever so slightly, Bishop. And Beaks Drakes on the outside edge. You just get the feeling that probably not too far away from something happening. Drakes has been kept quiet at one then. You're seeing the intent, though, of him looking to open up and go through or over that offside. This time opens the face quite nicely and collects a boundary for it. So you'll say the shackles slightly released. And it also brings up the 50 partnership between Brathwaite and Drakes. Pretty even in terms of the contributions in the partnership. 25 from Brathwaite, 22 from Drakes. A boundary in the over, 146 for one. Well, the short burst from Johan Lane appears to have come to an end. And it's going to be McKenny Clark to pick things back up from the end at which he operated from in the first session of the day. Appears as if the plans are going to be the same as well, operating around the wicket. Appears as if they're going to go short to Brathwaite.
Kenny Clark on the ball at the other end again.
You just wonder if maybe this is the conversation the academy boys had with their coaches when they went in after that first session. Fine leg comes into play now. But that first session didn't look as if they had too many plans. The academy were short of wickets in that session, short of consistent lines and lengths as well. But ever since that break, maybe a few words from the coaching staff in terms of how they could potentially go about things on a surface that hasn't necessarily assisted them today. Can't keep his hand on that one. 45, as I say, good afternoon once again to Hendy Wallace.
Good afternoon to you, Joe, and again to our viewers. Interesting plan here. Certainly shows that the academy appear to think outside the box. And a strategy which we think is meant to bore batters into making a mistake.
Opting to let that one go through. And called wide on height on that occasion from umpire right. And also signal one for the over. So you're going to have to get it lined up though. McKenny Clark, you saw a couple of them well targeted at the body from Johan Lane during his short burst. Can McKenny Clark do something similar? Two near chances to the man at 45 on the leg side.
And I suppose what this tactic does, it just creates a little bit of discomfort for the batter, where he has to be a little bit more watchful as to how he's going to negotiate those short ball attempts. But again, it's about the accuracy. It has to be targeted at the rib cage or just under the armpit. When it gets over head height, then it doesn't present the same challenge for the batter.
Brathwaite is prepared to take it on, and so far he's winning the battle.
On that occasion, not getting anywhere high enough to create that discomfort I spoke about. And Brathwaite really put it away with some disdain. So it was short, just around about, just coming up just above waist height. And Brathwaite picking his spot. There's a man at deep forward square, but that was struck well in front of square.
Yeah, with that opened up stance, he's also hanging back on that back leg. It brings us to the end of 35, 154 for one. Yeah, just to talk about how Brathwaite is looking to counter the plans of the academy. He's hanging back on that back leg, open himself up a lot more, looking to attack those short deliveries. So while it's also presenting a chance for the academies, you saw two close chances go past the man at 45 on the leg side. What is also produced is 12 runs in boundaries for Brathwaite.
Yeah, I think the other significant thing that he's done to counter that is not just to open the stance a bit, but he's going back towards leg. So he's going further outside leg stump just to open up the leg side in front of square. But Bishop continues to be relatively steady, the sole wicket taker so far. And he will relish this opportunity to bowl a long spell, a steady spell.
Gets around quite nicely. He's able to put a stop to it, Akeem Ogist. Yeah, previous over, Drake was able to collect a boundary in that area. He's gone a bit more backward now, Ogist.
So what the batting coach will be saying to Drakes, now that Ogist has gone a little bit more behind point, is then to play the forcing shot with the vertical bat and try to get the ball in front of square on the offside. It's a model of consistency there from Joshua Bishop. He's not straying from that line. The first delivery was a fraction shorter. He's just pushing it through a bit.
Well, every time he's been in front of square, he can't get it past. 36 bowled, 155 for one.
.36 overs completed, and the Barbados Pride now with this sort of start will be setting their stalls out to try to bat just one. So they'll be looking to get a real huge total on the board. They've negotiated the new ball, and obviously trying to negotiate the spinners now. The next challenge for them would be that period of twilight. Clark now bowling over the wicket, so probably with the same strategy of targeting the body or keeping the ball close to the body of Craig Brathwaite. Now, coming over the wicket, the ball will angle into the right-handed batter, so Brathwaite would just need to be a little bit more careful though in trying to play that pull shot.
Up and over. And add one more to the boundary count for Brathwaite.
It was in the air for a while, but I think he got it well enough over the fielder at the mid-wicket area. Again, there's a man at the deep forward square, and you could see that Brathwaite deliberately just tried to maneuver the ball in front of square. He didn't want it to go behind square, and that fielder running around had absolutely no chance of cutting it off.
Another change in the field. Mid-wicket drops back just a bit further to the boundary. You would see maybe halfway there. The man from 45 on the leg side now comes across. It's a gully almost. So he's forcing them to reevaluate what they're attempting to do. Craig Brathwaite. I like the manner in which he's gone about his innings today, but I love also how he's come out after the break as well. Usually it's a case of, yes, you know, looking to reconsolidate again, get yourself into the innings, but recognizing the plans of the academy, naturally you're telling yourself at least 3 or 4 deliveries out of the over will probably be back of a length, angled into the body, and because of that, he's gone after it.
And that's the variation, the full-length delivery, hoping to catch the batter on the back foot and maybe just trap him on the crease. But this field now is something that we're seeing a bit more in international cricket. The execution of the fielding team obviously is to get that ball up, as I said, around about chest height under the armpit consistently. So you have 3 men back in the deep on the leg side.
That's the man that was sent back about halfway. Captain Teddy Bishop, the one doing the fielding on that occasion.
The thing is, though, Joe, from what we've seen in international cricket, there's no variation. It's a bouncer barrage, consistently bowling short. And I say at the moment, I'm not sure that McKenny Clark has got that memo, because he's put the man back, and I don't think he's bowled a short ball yet in this over. Yes, he bowled one. Not since the man's been back, though, has he bowled a short ball.
Yeah, work to be done for fine leg, and he will not cut that off. So leg byes, and 4 of them to close out the 37th. It's 164 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think the plan is, I don't think the work is going according to plan. That one was way down the leg side, and poor keeper Tuckett wasn't able to get around. Well, it did clip the pad on the way through, the pad of the batter, so 4 leg byes. But I'm not convinced that the bowlers are able to follow the plans here of the Academy's captain, Teddy Bishop. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if we get a change from the Northern or Joel Garner end. But in the meantime, Joshua Bishop will continue. Just targeting that front pad. So the line is immaculate. He's bringing the batter onto the front foot and just looking to target that front pad.
Man, that point is quite deep. Thinking of one. Could have probably been suicidal. They set off for it.
Well, the good thing is that from the Barbados Pride is that this is like a club game for the 2 batters, because they're playing for the same club. So there should be some degree of understanding. And I'm sure they'll probably say they enjoy batting together because they do it so often.
Yeah, even some familiarity in terms of the bowler as well. In terms of Joshua Bishop playing his trade here in Barbados. And goes back and gets a long single towards a long off. Just one run in the over, 165 for one.
So not surprising to see that there's a change, as we predicted, from the Joel Garner end. Zihan Motara, the leg spinner, coming into the attack. Always get excited when we see a wrist spinner come into the fore. Tall wrist spinner gets a lot of bounce, so we'll see how he goes. Andrew Mason has joined us. He will tell you a little bit about it, and joining him will be Roland Butcher.
Before you go, nice to see you. Is it too late to say Happy New Year to you, my friend? You're in all black.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
All right.
Because we never know when the year will end.
Wonderfully said. So Matara comes in the attack. Brought in the attack, I would say a bit late as Roland Butcher joins me, having some ginger tea. But good to see you. What do you make of it now, Roland Butcher? 165 for one. Brathwaite with visions of making another 100.
Well, Andrew, I think that's a surety, really. I don't think Craig is gonna miss out on this. Certainly, this pitch is a very good one. He's been shorter runs recently, so he's not going to miss out, I can tell you.
Yeah, and you just get the feeling he just wants to get a move on. He's played in the last 20 minutes or so some shots that we don't normally see from him. So good to see a leg spinning. Of course, not many leg spinners around. How good is young Matara?
Yeah, he's very promising. He had a very good start to his first-class cricket career last year. Obviously a young player, and good to see a young leg spinner willing to toss the ball up and give it a chance to spin.
I know that Barbados would love to get a hold of him playing for the academy now. There are many in Barbados who think he could eventually go on to play for the Barbados side. He's a good spinner. Brathwaite a bit late, but we'll get through for the run. I think might have been slightly surprised by the call from Drakes, who will pinch the strike. Brathwaite had to get into second gear. It's been a good performance by the Barbados team. 39 overs gone, 167 for one.
Yeah, very good start. Just 39 overs, as you said, and they'll be pleased with this. Brathwaite also, he's got 78, so he'll be eyeing up 100. And with Craig, once he gets there, he's not going to be satisfied with one. So you can rest assured that unless the academy can do something special, get a special delivery, he's in for the day.
Yeah, you've seen that so often, Craig Brathwaite. Short on runs at the highest level, but he's certainly a regional bully, as you would say. He's done so very well, Brathwaite. You can't help but praise him for his commitment to the game. Now, where's Drake's going? Never single there.
But Andrew, as you would know, there are different levels.
Yep.
And as I said, 100 at this level will get you 50 at the next. So,
got a question for you after this delivery from Bishop. Why do you think that Brathwaite is struggling nowadays at the test level? What do you think?
Well, listen, he's well advanced in his playing career. He's getting older. There the opposition. It's a beautiful shot. It's the second. As you said, he's played a lovely off drive before off the pace, and now Drakes has just done it against the spin. Beautiful shot, just nicely timed. But I think Craig is obviously he's not a young man anymore. Obviously, the opposition have obviously worked out the way he's played, and as you get older, it becomes harder. So you know, that's why he's struggling now.
Good batting by Drakes, who looks as if he set his stalls out in these conditions to try to get a big one here. Oh, beautifully bowled indeed. He was squared up with that delivery.
Yeah, well bowled by Bishop. That one just bowled from slightly wide of the crease and angled in, and did have a bit of spin as well.
So another over comes to an end. We've got 40 gone now. Drakes and Brathwaite continuing to do well for Barbados. It's 171 for 1.
Yeah, one thing about Craig Brathwaite is that once he gets a start, it's very difficult to dislodge because he doesn't make many mistakes, particularly at this level. Nothing to worry about. He'll just bat on and on and on and do it his way. Makes good decisions at this level for sure.
So Matar, the leg spin to continue. Wow, where did that come from? Not the best shot by Drakes.
That's Brathwaite.
It's Brathwaite, actually,
I just
Brathwaite.
wonder whether he hit that into his foot or something. Went for the drive.
There's an interesting field set here for the leg spinner, Roland. There's a backward point, there's a short mid-off, and an extra cover. Now, what's the thinking? Can you tell me?
Well, he's going to look to bowl full, and that's where he doesn't want to bowl straight to the leg side because it's easy pickings. But the offside field is set for get the batter to drive and hope for that doesn't get to the pitch of one and gets a thick outside edge to slip or hit one of those fielders a short extra cover.
It's got the feeling on that occasion that Drakes is winding up for that big drive and check the shot. Easy pickings, too short. Just worked away down to backward square for 1. The length wasn't right at all there by Matara.
Yeah, just dragged that one into the pitch, and Drake's just rotating the strike nicely.
So the fielded extra cover comes into play. That ball was given lots of air, and Brathwaite was not able to score. 41 overs gone. Barbados Pride looking good, having won the toss. They won 73 for 1.
Yeah, and it looks as if Joshua Bishop's going to have to bowl a lot of overs today. You know, he's kept a degree of control, and I think he's going to have to hold up that end for much of the day.
Oh, it's gone through for 4. Poor work down at that point area. That's naughty.
Yeah, a sloppy piece of fielding there. That delivery dragged down. It struck quite firmly, but really should not have eluded the fielder. And now he's been banished out to the point boundary as a result.
That's what happens, eh? Captain says, come on, go to the boundary. And he's right on that backward point boundary. Good batting by Jonathan Drakes. Just get the feeling that he really wants to get a biggie here today. Split across that one, but headed down the leg side. Umpire right would have reckoned that, but got to be careful. Play straight, as the old guys will tell you. Joshua Bishop has done pretty well at the regional level. Decent left arm spinner. Loud shot of no coming from Captain Brathwaite as Drakes was flirting with danger. Continues to look good. And 177 for a loss of 1. With Bishop being the only wicket taker, conceding 70 runs from his 15 overs.
Yeah, Bishop now 1 for 46. He's in 15, so he hasn't done badly. And when you think the pitch is pretty good for batting, to go at 3 and over, that's very creditable.
So far in the over, good control from the leg spinner, Matara. No, he's gone wide, and that's gone for 4.
Yeah, Drake's not messing around with that one. Just put the right hand into it. Tossed up delivery. It wasn't the worst delivery. But he decided enough is enough. There's a mid-on up in the ring, and there's a mid-wicket, so he decides to take the aerial route.
Yep, he did. Hit with a lot of power as well over that big fat white rope in second of the ground at Kensington Oval. Well, just about to get away with that. Might have been deceived by the bunks generated, and it would appear as if he was indeterminate in the stroke play.
Let's see whether it was the googly as well, because the way he was shaping the pull initially, and I guess the replay will tell us whether that was the googly or not, because he was shaping the pull.
It might have been the googly. I think it deceived Drakes. Matara has not bowled many googlies so far. Yeah. Just out of the reach of the fielder. Have a look at this. Was it the googly?
a leg spinner, but
it was a leg
bounced.
spinner. Yeah,
The thing
I
was the
think they
bounce,
bounced,
the bounce that really did him.
Because he pitched and turned away from the right-hander. And you're right, he was...
So there is a little bit of spin there, Andrew, if you can...
And a bit of bounce.
Yeah. Craig just telling him, forced that one off the back foot.
Of course, the League Cup is on today in England. 18 minutes gone, Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0. Big game.
Yeah, but that's a big game for Arsenal because they've got a 2-0 deficit to they lost the first leg 2-0, so they've got to come back.
Just out of the reach of the fielder. Good footwork as well. They'll look for third. Good aggressive running by Barbados.
Yeah, I feel they did well there. Used his feet, took the right option, and a strong return coming in there from Teddy Bishop.
Who's the captain? Leading by example.
Captain in from the boundary. I often find that quite a strange thing to do, Andrew. That.
Yeah. Very strange indeed.
How can you lead your team from afar?
Yeah, Teddy Bishop should be at slip, maybe at extra cover, when he's at the cover boundary. Last delivery was a good one, bowled by Bishop, but no edge from the bat of Drakes.
Yeah,
Barbados 187 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled Bishop. That one turned. Drakes on the forward drive. Lucky not to get an edge.
So, as you said, Newcastle won 2-0, and at the moment, 90 minutes gone. Of course, at the lower level, Coventry are playing against the Leeds. Leeds are 2 up, 34 minutes gone. Then tomorrow, Liverpool will play against Tottenham. And then your team, Man United, in the FA Cup against Leicester. What's going on with Man United? Tell me, Roland, after this delivery. They'll get a single, push away, and they may get more. They will.
Yep, smart piece of fielding, but throw going wide. So 2 to Brathwaite. I'll answer that question in a minute, Andrew.
Well, many people are locked on to hear from you, Man United man. I'm a Man United man as well. Problems with Rashford going to Aston Villa now. Wow.
Well, Andrew, I have to put up with your mate Ronnie Clark in the chat, but I mean, as a Liverpool supporter on a daily basis. And
very well bowled indeed. That could have gone anywhere. Deceived by the turn and bounce generated by Matara.
yeah, nicely bowled. Brathwaite initially looking to play on the onside. Just checked the shot at the last minute. Yes, Andrew, but your mates in the chat sent me a message the other day, congratulated me that the new manager has moved Manchester United from 13th to 13th.
Very good probe in this over from Matara.
squeezed away for a single.
Just having an opportunity as the over comes to an end, as we head towards 4:30 Eastern Caribbean time. The Guyana Harpy Eagles playing against the CCC. 255 for 5. Corbin, you know him very well. He's at the crease, he's 52. Mansing has just joined him. And Shamar Joseph is at the moment bowling. Time for drinks.
Corbin's being very watchful. I mean, that's not normally the Corbin we know. He's been in a long time.
So it's been an interesting period of cricket after the break. Barbados 45 overs, 190 for 1. And the only casualty being McCaskey, who was sweeping and was leg before. Craig Brathwaite solid as a Bajan rock, looking for another 100. Has been very good indeed. As I continue to just watch the stream of that match there, it's been a pretty decent performance by the CCC. They are 256 for 5, 82 overs and 3 balls gone. Shamar Joseph has picked up 1 for 45. And Roland, good to see Shamar back. You picked him.
Yeah, it's good to see him back. Obviously, I'm slightly worried about the regularity of his injuries. That has to be a worry, especially the latest one, where the shin splints a fastballer's nightmare. That's not something you want to do, because a fastballer has to keep slamming his foot down on the turf, and when you've had shin splints, you've got to be very careful.
Well, he's back now and bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but they're getting some stiff resistance from the CCC. One stage you managed the CCC, did you? Were you manager at one stage?
At the very beginning.
Didn't last long, did it?
Well,
your tenure.
Well,
your
listen,
tenure never seems to last long.
It wasn't a case of me being fired, Andrew. It was a case that when we came into first class cricket, I was also the director of sport at the university, which meant that I was in charge of 14 sports as well as managing the team, etc. So, it's not something that could happen for a long time, because I had other things to deal with.
So the Windward's Volcanoes, they're 132 for 5. Hodges there looking pretty solid indeed. And certainly looking to do a fantastic job. Kevin Hodge, who would have spent quite a while at the university.
Yeah, a long time. I think Hodge, if you check his record, if you ask Keith Holder to check it, just as he checked out Eiffel's record, you'll find that I think in the 5 years that Hodge was in Barbados, I would say that Hodge was the most dominant player in local cricket. And I think those stats will bear that out. If Keith could do a season-by-season appraisal of Kevin Hodge, you'll find that he was without doubt the most influential local player in Barbados elite cricket.
So the Jamaica Scorpions are 236 for 5. Odin Smith has just come to the crease. And when he comes to the crease, what he can do. Barnes is with him. So we're going to continue to watch carefully what's going on there. Cornwall is the bowler, your favorite off spinner.
Campbell.
Yep, got 100, batted very well indeed. 190 for 1 as the action continues with Joshua Bishop, who has been bowling for quite a long time now. This is his 17th over, Bishop. Another easy single for Brathwaite. Too short by Bishop. The mid-on is deep, so the single is easily taken. Oh, what a delivery by Bishop. Where did that come from?
Yeah, beautifully bowled. So Bishop has been the exceptional bowler for the academy, and there again he goes past the edge.
Yeah, he's presenting the problem of two to Jonathan Drakes. The over comes to an end. I suppose Drake should be happy that the over has ended. Barbados won 91 for 1.
Andrew, if my memory serves me right, also I think Bishop was in that side as well.
Yep.
On the 15, so.
Yep, he was indeed.
So these two should know each other very well.
Very, very good left arm spinner. Matara to continue. Slimly built. Lovely relaxed action. And one highly thought of. What I like about Matara as a leg spinner is that his control is good. And it's so vitally important for the leg spinner to have a measure of control. That's what Brathwaite will do, to just work the ball away, pick up the single here and there, and will, of course, get a boundary as well. That has been Brathwaite for all the years we've known him. It's beautifully bowled by Matara. Good control on that middle stump, but met with a broad bat from Drakes. So a partnership of 98 between these two, and that has put Barbados in a pretty strong position, having lost to the Harpy Eagles. Would want to come back strongly at home at the Regent's Mecca in Bridgetown at Kensington Oval. 47 gone, it's 194 for 1.
Yeah, excellent start by Barbados. They've done everything right. Win the toss, bat first, then really made it very difficult for the academy to get wickets. Very few opportunities.
Another single by Brathwaite. Ball pushed down to mid-on. It went behind the non-striker, so it was the striker's call. Drake seemed a bit reluctant, but the single was always there. The mid-on is deepish. Now the last over, Drake's had difficulty against the left arm spin of Bishop, so he's keen to get under the front foot. Let's watch him here. He elects to go back when he could have gone forward to that one that was a full in length. Maybe trust in his judgment, trust in the pitch. But it's a good battle between bat and ball here. Bishop has bowled well to him. Ooh, we'll get lucky runs here. Down to third man. And we'll go into the boundary. That's gone for 4. But there was an element of luck about that shot.
Yes, luck or not, but the boundary is there. And wrong-footed the man at backward point. So the 100 partnership comes up, goes for the cut. Point, the fielder at point obviously thought it was going to his right and set off in that direction.
Yeah, very keen to get under the front foot. I think he recognizes that Bishop has bowled well to him. And that's what you do. Don't give your wicket away. Battle away in adversity. And he's keen to just come forward. And that's too short. And we'll get a single. Feeling of the academy, not the best today. So, what do we have? Barbados up to 200 for 1. And the sunshine of Kensington Oval, thanks to some very good batting by the captain. And Barbados are in a pretty strong position, 200 for 1.
Yeah, very strong. And Jonathan Drake's just gone 2 nearly left off in Ghana. Obviously, his confidence very high from that first game. He's continuing here. Now he's just short of a half century. And I'm sure when he reaches that, he would also be looking to push on and get a significant total as well. I think Craig Brathwaite will be encouraging him to just keep his head down, keep batting, and everything going well.
So Barbados play, 281 for 1, 200 coming off, 293 balls, 182 minutes, 22 fours and 1 6. We also saw the 150 partnership for the second wicket between Drake's and Brathwaite. That 100-run partnership coming off 168 balls.
Pulled away into a vacant leg side. Takes Brathwaite now into the 90s. Dropped just a bit short there by Matara. And good transfer of weight by Brathwaite. Got deep into the crease. There's a lot of space in that deep mid-wicket region. The man in the leg side is behind square on the boundary. So mid-wicket open. Good work being done by Rivaldo Clark. Getting his body around. Stopping that one. Five runs in the over. It's 205 for 1. Drake's now just 3 runs away from his half century. And he brings it up in style over the offside. That is a statement to take him to 50.
Next victory is 50-6. 50 off 91 balls. 104 minutes, man.
Young Drake's just so easy on the eyes.
7 fours and
What a
one
way to
six.
bring up his half century. It's just how he's so adept at playing off front foot and back foot. And you know, spinners really hate it when when the batters play them off the back foot. More runs again. Ill-directed delivery on that occasion from Bishop. Just keep an eye on the umpire for a signal. So leg buys it is off the pad. And Bishop, who has been a model of consistency with his accuracy, just straying on that occasion, but in his 19th over, so he's had a long ball.
Yeah, he's really put in the hard yards as Joshua Bishop. I just wonder if maybe Matara could have been brought from that Malcolm Marshall end. Brings us to the end of 200, or rather over number 50. 213 for one.
Well, at this stage, Joel, I don't think too many bowlers will be putting their hands up for a bowling spell. This pitch is, they're getting absolutely nothing out of this pitch. We really have to wait and see what will happen at the twilight period, if the ball will behave any differently. But the spinners, Matara to continue. And Matara getting a little bit of drift into the right-hander. I guess what he'll be hoping is to try to breach that defense between bat and pad. There's a little bit of turn, but you can see there Brathwaite having all the time in the world to get onto the back foot to negotiate that spin or that turn.
Very comfortable single down towards that long on position. And then for 24 so far. He's into his 7th young Matara.
And I think for Captain Teddy Bishop, it will be about trying to ring the changes, maybe just switch the bowlers around. As you said earlier, maybe Bishop to come from the Joel Garner end. And just pose a slightly different proposition for the batters. But at this rate, the Academy will do well to keep Barbados under 500.
Yeah, it's certainly a part of the conversation for Captain Teddy Bishop. 51 bowled, 215 for one.
Still some batting to come there for the Barbados Pride. But Craig Brathwaite well set on 94. And we know he has this propensity for batting for long periods, and his strike rate has been quite good, a little bit higher than normal.
Just going back to Captain Teddy Bishop and how he's utilised his bowlers, the fact that Bishop now into his 20th is something that we've seen very often from the academy. In terms of just giving Bishop that ball and hoping that he can take the wickets for them and spin out sides. And I just think that they're missing the trick in terms of, you mentioned, just that rotation of bowlers, switching ends, giving Bishop that break. And not necessarily relying almost wholeheartedly, on Bishop to do the bulk of the work for them.
Well, I think more often than not, the academy bowlers are going to be under the pump. And I suppose Bishop offers that holding role as well. So it's a bit twofold. He picks up wickets, bowls a lot of overs. So, his strike rate is not that low. But he bowls a lot of overs. He gets the wickets. But equally as important, he has a measure of control. So a captain likes to have that in the field, especially when there's not a great deal of support coming from the other end. Tried to stop the single there, but the man running around that extra cover was unable to do it. But yeah, captain likes to have that option where you have that holding role. There'll be a time when the batting side will be on a all-out attack or looking to attack. Bishop just affords him that measure of control.
Yeah, I definitely agreed in terms of that control role that he does play Bishop. 52 bowled, 219 for 1.
As we were saying, it's a very hot day out there. And when the score is 219 for 1, it probably feels 2 or 3 degrees hotter than it really is. To be fair to the academy, though, they've really kept their energy levels up in the field. They've still been very spirited in the outfield. Craig Brathwaite just one hit away from another first-class century.
Thinking of 2 and gets it, just 2 away from what would be another fantastic 100 at this level for Captain Craig Brathwaite.
Matar just teasing Brathwaite there with a slightly wider delivery. But as they say, in biblical terms, Brathwaite has the patience of Job.
That single now takes him up to 99. He's really gone through the gears, Brathwaite, and he started the innings. Worked him nicely off the legs, picked up a couple boundaries to get things going. In the middle phase, you saw that work around that we've grown accustomed to from Craig Brathwaite. Coming out after that tea break, you saw him go on the offensive, take on the seamers, and now just walking himself to what will be another 100. End of that Matara over, 2-2-2 for 1.
So double Nelson, 222 for 1. Brathwaite, 1 run away from his 33rd first class 100. And there it is. 100 for Craig Brathwaite. Fielder's probably a little bit guilty of being on the heels, but appreciated by his teammates. The captain leading from the front.
Exactly what the Barbados Pride would have wanted from their skipper, coming back into round number 2. And he's laid a platform for them that they can certainly build on. The 100 at this level. And the way things are looking, they would want that he can bat on. Can he get a double here? Craig Brathwaite coming off of 153 deliveries. There's some 11 fours. That was beautiful from Drake's wrist work and execution, the hallmark of that shot.
So easy again on the eyes. We saw a similar shot to bring up his 50. It was a little bit fuller, and he was able to get a bit more power into the, at that time, went for 6. This one, he just eased it over the extra cover fielder and a couple of bounces into the boundary, but he knew exactly what he was doing. So he's seen his captain gone to 3 figures, so he'll be having visions of the same thing. That area now being plugged, the extra cover on the boundary.
Well, the fielder does not matter because he's taken it all the way over the ropes, Drakes.
Interesting that Craig Brathwaite just came out to have a chat with him, because of course they want to press on wherever possible, but you've actually got your throat, or you got your foot on the throat of the bowlers. You see on this occasion just opening up himself slightly. There's a man at long off, but that man was just a spectator as it went into the stands. So there's always the personal goal, but then you have to look at the bigger picture. And you spoke about Brathwaite. I mean, his highest score, we said this is 100 number 33. His highest score is 276 at first class level. He's been there from the very start, but still as sprightly as ever between the wickets. 234 for 1. Brathwaite again to take strike from Mutara. You know, Craig has got a little fan, a little girl called Kyra Brooks. So I'm hoping that she's watching to see Craig make his 100. Be looking for a couple there again, and we'll get it quite easily. Actually, it's so well timed. It's gone all the way. So very well played there by Brathwaite, just playing the leg glance, and you don't see, it's not a shot you see very often in the modern game. It's a lot of crash bang wallop, but you see that delivery just angled down the leg side and using the pace of the delivery and just deflecting it to long leg.
Protection behind square, yeah, in the form of deep backward square leg, but given how fine it was, would have always posed a challenge for him to get around to that one.
And that's the thing when Mutara starts the ball a little bit too straight. We haven't seen any evidence of spin or real turn there for the wrist spinner.
Yeah, it just brings back something I would have mentioned in terms of, just saw a bit of turn from that Malcolm Marshall end from Joshua Bishop. Just wonder if maybe you offer your leg spinner a chance to bowl from that end, see whether or not he's able to produce something. You still have the option, if you're still telling yourself you want to bowl Bishop, can do so from the other end. 55 overs gone, 240 for one, because yes, certainly going back to what you mentioned in terms of that holding role, yes, he does play a very good, or rather does a very good job at doing exactly that, Bishop, but also looking at your wicket taking opportunities. Yes, Bishop is also your wicket taker, but I'm thinking, okay, what is the best chance for my leg spinner to maybe pick up a wicket or two? You're seeing a bit of purchase for Bishop. Can my leg spinner maybe do something similar from that end? I think it just gives Mutara a better chance, potentially, given what we've seen from his Joel Garner end. Not much behind it in terms of turn off the surface. A change now at that end. It's going to be Rivaldo Clark with ball in hand now from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Well, only time will tell if he's coming into the attack to switch ends, as we were talking about it here. And we also know that he's more than capable bowling his seamers, but on this occasion asked to bowl some finger spin. And they're sort of hoping that maybe the batters may relax at this stage with less pressure coming from the likes of Rivaldo Clark, and sometimes that can force a mistake, might prize out a wicket. I think we can call that uncomplicated off spin. There seems to be more action in his delivery, the actual ball.
Well, Bowen Tuckett is floored. You just wonder if maybe it's a case of got a bit of bat onto it, or maybe the Drakes step out. It looks as if there was some form of a chance there, given the reaction of Bowen Tuckett. Yeah, but you just wonder, and again, we'll see it upon the completion of this over, whether or not it's a case of just using him to switch ends. 56 bowled, 242 for one. So it's going to be Matara to continue. So not necessarily a case of switching ends. We wait and see. Drakes goes and goes all the way. Oh, what a shot that was.
Wasn't a bad delivery at all, but with no spin. There was Drake's hitting right through the line and hitting it all the way over long off, somewhere a couple rows back. Not very many spectators in, so to retrieve that ball, but it brings up the 150 partnership. You see Drake just opening up slightly and hitting it high and hard into the seating. There it is. He was probably looking for a red ball.
Yeah, a bit of retrieval work there for it. A lot of hands in that shot from Drakes. Change these days, these guys carry a bit of weight, so maybe just, lightening the load, young Matara.
Through the carnage, it's still good to see that Bishop still keeping the slip in place. Still looking at that opportunity to take a wicket.
This time along the ground, but Johan Lane just a couple feet off the boundary, able to pull it in.
We'll be looking for a couple there again. Fielder has a long way to go in front of square. This is certainly not an encouraging sign for the academy side. 250 comes up now for Barbados. In just 55 overs. Sorry, 56 overs and 4 balls, correction. 25 fours and 4 sixes.
They've really put the pressure onto the academy side today. Yes, conditions, you would say, favoring the batters. The application has been good from the Barbados Pride, and they've been led by their captain, Craig Brathwaite. He's there on 109. It's 251 for 1.
.57 overs completed. Valder Clark will get his second over. And Drake's just continuing on his merry way, just forcing that ball down to long for an easy single.
Well, when Rivaldo Clark is bowling for it, means that you're in trouble, really. Plays for Gladiola in the local competition, elite, and I've never seen him bowl. Wow. Bit of a newsflash, really. Hmm? What is he bowling? Is it? What was it? Can you tell me?
Seems to be an attempt at off spin.
Well said, Hendy. An attempt at off spin. Here's Clark. what can you say about Brathwaite? I mean, we've seen him over the years, ever since he started in the Herman Griffith competition, just making hundreds. He's that kind of a player, one who was very, very, very strong, very determined, and one that would not give his wicket away cheaply. You can bet your last dollar on that. Solid as a Bajan rock. He gets away with that and will get runs. We'll get a second. So 252 for one.
Not a shot that he plays very often, the sweep shot from Craig Brathwaite. But as you said, he'll bat and bat. I remember one of our colleagues in radio saying that he would not leave his rice and peas to watch Brathwaite.
I wonder who's that.
But we reminded him that when he was finished, he will still be batting.
Yeah, indeed. I like that. Well, Clark had a big appeal for leg before umpire Wright said no, it would have been slighted on the leg side. So Rivaldo Clark finishes the over. 58 gone. Barbados in a very strong position, 254 for one.
You mentioned there about Brathwaite having the propensity for hundreds, and I remember when having a meeting with him as chairman of selectors, we were picking a Barbados team, and after the official meeting, you had the after meeting, and I remember saying to him, just in a casual conversation, we were all sitting at the table, and I said, well, you know, when you go into bat, Craig, what exactly goes through your mind? Expecting to hear the usual, you know, see how the ball is swinging, the pace of the pitch, what the bowler is doing. And he said, Chairman, I just think 100.
Oh, really?
That's all.
Oh!
All I think about is 100.
Can you imagine that? Well, he's got 16 this level. I mean, he's a tremendous player. And, of course, has the opportunity to play his 100th test match right here at Barbados. In fact, the itinerary came out today. I don't know if you saw it. But Barbados will host the first test match against the Australians, and quite fittingly, Brathwaite would be able to have his first, well, he's certainly, in terms of performances over the years, been brilliant, but 100 test matches, 100th at home, is tremendous. But we have a challenge here, because it would appear as if Jonathan Drake is having some difficulty. Dr. Jackie King, the physio has come out. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's down on the ground, and I don't know if it's a respiratory problem, because to see him obviously very still, I don't know how concerning it is, but when you're 76 not out, with the score at 254 for one, against an attack with no threats on a very benign pitch, you will dig on all your resources, but just looking at how the treatment that is being administered on the field would suggest that it is more maybe a breathing issue. It's been very warm out there. He's been there for a while as well. They've done a fair bit of running, but it will take a bit to convince him to come off, as I said, on a surface like this against this kind of attack.
Yeah, well,
no disrespect to the academy bowlers,
yeah,
but I think you get what I mean.
I know. So Dr. Jackie King, Moat, used to be Moat. I think the Moat is gone. I think it's now Jackie King. The name was too long. Wonderful lady. She's been with the Barbados team just after you stopped playing on the 19 cricket, so she's been there for quite a long time. But he seems to be okay now. Jonathan Gregson, Henry Wallace, former chairman of selectors, former Barbados under 19 cricketer. It's been a very good knock by Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, I expected nothing less. I mean, I was really looking forward to seeing him back, as well as young Kevin Wickham. And Wickham is the sort of player that if he gets in, you can expect 100 from him as well. So good to see that Drake's coming back into the side, has been able to to do that. He obviously wants to. Everybody knows his potential. Everybody knows his batsmanship, but you need to put numbers on the board for people to really talk about you. So I think he's doing just that. He'll now want to convert this start though into 3 figures and try to kick on.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. 254 for 1 as we come pretty close to the dinner break. Play started at 1 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time.
Good take there by Tuckett Brown, or Tuckett Bowen. Has got that one through. So it will go very close to the boundary. They'll probably be looking for 3, but again, we'll look and see the reaction of Drake's. And again, he put the hand up and said, no, 2 is enough. So that would suggest that all is not well with him at the moment, but he'll probably just try to make it through to the next break.
Yeah, you're right. Clearly 3 runs enough for there. Would want to just get through this period and get a bit of rest and come back fighting. They're 20 minutes away.
Mutar just in his 11th over. And of course, the batters are well set. Drakes has been the one really putting the pressure on the slow bowlers.
Have you seen the googly from Matara?
No, not yet. I've seen the top spinner.
Yeah, yeah. Haven't seen that googly. What if he has it? I would think so. Again, that ball pitched and turned away from the right-hander. Hope he's got the googly, young Matara. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there. Long hop and dealt with in the appropriate man. That's gone through square leg. That's gone for 4.
Yes, bad delivery there from Mutar, short and down the leg side. And there was Drake's making absolutely no mistake in putting that one away. Fielder was at deep backward square, but it was so well struck, he had no opportunity, no chance of getting around to cut that one off.
Hardy Spinner noticed statistician has made an interesting point in that the leg spinners bowling from the northern end here at Kensington be often seen, and he should know, being a Spartan man, David Holford, bowling from the southern. Does it make a difference, you think?
Well, it can do. You know, it can help with the breeze. Come back to it after this ball. But when there's absolutely no assistance from the surface, then you have to probably use the breeze and stuff. What we're seeing from Mutar is that he's getting the ball to drift in, but with the lack of sideways movement to take the ball away, that is almost ineffective. And I suppose what the suggestion in coming from the southern end, or the Malcolm Marshall end, is that the breeze will help to move that ball away to challenge the outside edge. But it's worth trying. I mean, we spoke about Bishop bowling all of his overs from that southern end. And when the score is just 1 wicket down, you've got to try something, try and price up a wicket. Because the pitch is certainly not offering any assistance to these bowlers.
Yeah. Interesting. Harold Eastman, they said, it's not a statistician. He's always in the park. Talking about the end that like a Shem Holder who's in the side should bowl from him. And he's always shouting that the leg spinner should bowl from the southern end at Kensington. Well, Rivaldo Clark is not a leg spinner. He's an uncomplicated off spinner. Bowling through a pipe that my good friend Maurice Foster from Jamaica. Never turned it. Hello, Maurice, wherever you are in Jamaica.
Yeah, Clark, I'd say would be a slow bowler.
Yeah. Never seen him bowl for Gladiola's club in Barbados, but he's certainly bowled at the regional level. And that was not a bad delivery. One on the off stump, bringing the batsman forward. Barbados continues to be very strong. 60 overs gone now. 261 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Clark, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bowlers used so far. Uncomplicated, but not giving much away. Just 6 runs conceded in his 3 overs. So he's steady without being threatening.
Very good batting conditions here at Kensington. A good toss to win. And Barbados have benefited greatly thanks to their captain. Here's Matara to continue with his leg breaks. Remember Nikita Miller telling me that he always found it interesting to bowl to Brathwaite. He wouldn't give you a chance. He's that kind of a player, Brathwaite. Bat for quite a long time. Great determination, steely resolve. I mean, that's what you need as a batsman. And he's certainly showing it. Oh, very well bowled indeed. That's a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, slightly defeated by the length, but the slowish nature of the pitch just gave Brathwaite that opportunity to adjust, and then he just misjudged the length slightly. Should have been forward. But as you said, he doesn't get bored, Brathwaite, so even when he makes a mistake, you know, he's straight back into it, looking at the bigger picture as always.
Earlier they tried the academy to just bowl short of him with the leg guard. It didn't work out. There's the view that he is not that good at the aggressive bowling short ball. Now that's a delivery that's gone out towards the boundary, and we'll go for 4. I think the field at backward square didn't see it. Don't see any sun, but he reckoned the sun was in his eyes, and it goes through the wicket. It was too short and put away by Brathwaite.
It seems as though the fielder at the deep backward square did not pick it up. It was short down the leg side. No real spin there either. So Brathwaite had all the time in the world. And you see the fielder at backward square just gesturing that he didn't pick it up initially. And may have just lost it in the background on that far side where the temporary stand is. It was no longer temporary. It's now a permanent structure here at Kensington Oval. But 4 more runs to Craig Brathwaite. Jonathan Drakes now will be on strike. And he now will be eyeing up 3 figures as he looks around the field. Another easy single into the deep. So they said Clark not threatening, but he's been able to perform that holding role. Now bringing the mid off, from long off.
Well, we spoke about that schedule. There was a big press conference held in Antigua this morning by Cricket West Indies, and the first test is going to be on June the 25th to the 29th, Australia versus the West Indies at Kensington. And then they go to Grenada, the Grenada National Stadium for that second test, July 3rd to 7th. And then to the land of wood and water, Jamaica, July 12th to 16th. And a couple of T20 matches there as well. In fact, that third test, as I said, July 12th to 16th. Then on July the 20th, the first T20, then the second to the 22nd. Then it's on to Warner Park for the third T20 on the 25th. And then the 26th, the 4th, and there's also 5th as well. July the 28th at Warner Park. So St. Kitts, watch out. Plenty of cricket coming your way.
Good to see the Australians back in the shores, really at the height of their game. And I think that will come just after the World Test Championship final.
Yeah, you're right. Well, the Pakistanis also coming as well. Henry Wallace, in fact, a couple of T20 matches and a couple of ODIs as well. The first is going to be the 31st at Barracuda in Florida. Then the second on August the 2nd. In fact, there are 3 matches at Barracuda. The third is on the 3rd. And then to Trinidad and Tobago at the Brandar Cricket Academy for the first ODI, which is on the 8th of August, then the 10th, and the final one is on the 12th. So lots of cricket coming. Australia, then followed, of course, by Pakistan. So the West Indies board making that announcement today. There was a lot of talk in the public domain about Grenada getting the test match, and of course Jamaica as well. Barbados will be hosting the first. So we look forward to that. Here's Matara.
And I think to the women, the South African women are going to be touring the West Indies as well from June 11 to 23. And those matches against the West Indies women will be in Barbados at the 3Ws Oval. So plenty of cricket for the Caribbean, the Australian men, and the South African women.
So the South African women are coming. Oh, ball that was pitched up. Good bit of work by the bowler. Drop it away to stop it. Boom ball, as they say, can fool commentators sometimes, and that has happened very much in the past. Good clever cricket by Brathwaite to just work the ball off the hip for a single. So just to tell us about those games with the women again in Barbados.
The West Indies women against South Africa, June 11, with 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, all at 3Ws Oval in Barbados.
Well, I would imagine that David Green will be employed to do some work. I'm going to make sure that I speak to CWI, Mr. Green, about that. So, 270 for 1. And the situation is that it's been a very interesting session. The Barbados Pride continuing to do very well, having won the toss. Henry Wallace is with me. Another good session for Barbados.
Yeah, not very good for the Academy. There's just a 1 wicket and down for the Barbados Pride. And Craig Brathwaite is still there on 119. Drakes is eyeing up his centuries on 84 not out. And they look extremely comfortable. The only element of distress we saw for Drakes when there was a moment that the physiotherapist came out to have a check on him. But apart from that, it's all Barbados Pride.
Yeah, you're right. 270 for 1. Having won the toss, and Barbados enjoying the conditions. Look at that swing away through mid-wicket by Brathwaite. Down to mid-wicket. Good shot. Good positive shot by Brathwaite. McKenny Clark, the bowler. And again, pulled away through mid-wicket. Brathwaite is good all around the wicket. Through mid-wicket, another boundary. Oh, the keeper couldn't take that. Neither could the fielder on the boundary at Long leg. Oh, what a shot. Through cover. Squaring the off. Oh, poor. Teddy Bishop, the man who was not doing well. A good swing away wide of that long on area for another boundary. And Drakes was brilliant today. Look at that. Squaring the offside. The timer was there. And the boundary. Well, that's too short. That's too short. And played away down to mid-wicket. Over the top of extra cover. Long off, didn't have a chance. And that was a very good shot by Jonathan Drakes. Very, very good batsman. To bring up his 50, really batting very well. And that was it with tremendous power. And look at that turn away down towards the backward square area. And gets into the boundary. Well, that was a poor delivery and helped really over the top of mid-off. Too short, pulled away. Down to mid-wicket for another boundary. Brathwaite really batted very well indeed. The sun was in the fielder's eyes and it went away to the boundary. And that brought another boundary to Brathwaite, who got to his 100. Drakes got to his 50. And Barbados doing very, very well in the session between lunch and tea. So it's a situation where Barbados will have a break and will feel that in the final session they will want to step on the accelerator. But of course we've been doing these interviews. When we were with you last time, we heard from a young man who was doing very well in St. Kitts that certainly carried him to Pakistan, Jangu. And we had to interrupt the interview done by Jimmy Adams. So let's go back to that. Let's hear from Jimmy Adams.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Birdie. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been that I played would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes. Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver and he gives of himself and he loves people and yeah, it was great feeling and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
We're back for the final session of play on day one of this round 2 West Indies Championship action between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. Barbados Pride well positioned at 270 for 1 as we make that transition now under the lights here at Kensington Oval. Does it change anything in terms of what the ball might do out there? Does it change the fortunes of the West Indies Academy? Jetty ablaze to get things going in the final session. This will form a big part of the discussion going across this game. How does this final session play out for both of these sides? Barbados Pride will be looking to pile on the runs as they've been doing all day. West Indies Academy, though, can they pick up maybe 1, 2, 3 as we head into the close of the day? 2 hours to go in this final session. Looking as easy as ever is the captain, Craig Brathwaite. He's got himself another first-class 100 on this opening day of round number 2. And just looking at how things have played out, you just wonder if maybe he can double down on that for his side. Put them in what will be a very commanding position. Two men occupying that mid-wicket region for skipper Craig Brathwaite, an area in which he scored majority of his runs here today. Rivaldo Clark had a very straight mid-wicket, just to the right of him, slightly wider, what you might almost consider to be the conventional mid-wicket position. Started proceedings from this Joel Garner end. We got play underway. The Jeddah Blades had another spell in his second session of play from that end as well. And now, to kick things off in this final session, he's going to start from the Malcolm Marshall end. So the first time he's operating from that end for the day. Four runs from the over to get things going in this final session. It's 275 for 1. Well set on 120 is Craig Brathwaite. And he's found a good partner in Jonathan Drakes on 88. Switching ends is Joshua Bishop. He bowled his previous 21 overs from the Malcolm Marshall end. And now operating from the Joel Garner end. This was something that we wondered about during that second session of play, that pre-dinner session, whether or not you would see them make a switch in ends for Joshua Bishop. This was more so in consideration to whether or not we might see Matara operate from that Malcolm Marshall end. But Bishop, no. The only wicket of the day belongs to him, the wicket of Zachary McCaskey, which has come quite a few hours ago. Beautiful delivery from Bishop. Just coming in on the angle. Just a bit of turn away from the bat of Drakes. Swept and swept well. That won't be chased. That now takes Drakes up to the 90s. Just getting a few stretches there. Akeem O'Geese, he's going to have a job to do with bat in hand when West Indies Academy get their chance. Of course, looking at the score, you tell yourself that's some distance away. in behind it nicely. I've got Roland Butcher alongside me to get us going through the start of this final session of play. Roland, you have a chance to look at Drakes. What's impressed you about the innings he's played so far?
Yeah, he's been very composed, Joel. He's obviously very confident after that first game in Ghana, where he got a score there. So he just brought it into this game. The fact that the pitch is a good one as well, and the foundation laid by Craig Brathwaite, and the foundation laid by Craig Brathwaite and Zach McCaskey really has allowed him to come in and just continue in that vein. He's played some terrific shots. I mean, there was a extra cover drive early in the innings off the left arm blades from this end. That was, for me, the best shot of the day, really. It was just, everything was right about that shot. And then a couple of shots over extra cover, 1 for 4, 1 for 6. He has really looked in good touch.
He certainly has. That boundary now takes him up to 94. Just 6 runs away from what would be his second first-class 100. Well balanced at the crease, Jonathan Drakes. He's a young man that when you see him back, you just wonder, why is it that he doesn't have more runs behind his name?
As you know, West Indian players take a long time to come to the fore. The fact that they don't really play a lot of top-class cricket. It's, even at this rate, to play 80 games, if you play, can you imagine playing 80 first-class matches, how long it would actually take for you to do that. In my career, over the period, I played 277 first-class matches. Right, none of these young players in the West Indies will get anywhere near that, simply because that they play only a few games a year.
Yeah, definitely a big part of the conversation. You're beginning to see a slight increase in the amount that is being played in the first-class championship, but still quite some distance away from what you might consider to be the volume of cricket. Of course, we know that it's a process, and looking forward to see where that process takes us.
Drakes has shown a lot of promise for a long time. I was his manager in Barbados under 15, so he was showing that promise from that stage. You can see he's got another brother, Joshua. They're both very good players, but you can see how long it's taken him to actually get through to this point, and that's a long time. He was in the same under 15 team with Aaron Jones, Tevin Walker, all of those guys who played first-class cricket. Matthew Jones. I mean, Matthew Jones is only now broken into the team, and he's probably, 25 maybe?
$287 for 1. Barbados Pride. He's really played that holding role well, as Josh Bishop now operating for the first time from this end, or rather into the second over from this end for him. He's not really able to get much away from him.
Yeah, Bishop's been good, really. He's been the one bowler that's stemmed the floor all day. He bowled initially from the opposite end and occasionally went past the bat like he did there with balls that just turned away from the right-handed batter. Yeah, he's been very good.
Occasionally one comes back in on the arm. Very quiet over from Bishop comes to an end. A maiden 287 for one. Had scores of 70 and 26 in that first round versus Guyana, Jonathan Drakes. And now he's on the verge of what could be his second first-class 100. A bit of a conversation here between umpires Wright and Williams. Just having a look at that pink ball. There was some talk a little earlier today at the start of play with regards to how well does that pink ball truly hold up in comparison to the likes of the traditional red ball.
It's a different type of ball for a start. It loses its lacquer very, very quickly. And the Kookaburra ball is known to be a ball where the seam is very flat. Doesn't really give the seamers a great deal of help. Perhaps they might have to even change this ball. Maybe it loses the color as well.
Well, a chance for a bit of refreshment for Brathwaite and Drakes after the fall of McCaskey, who himself looked well set, and you might almost say that he gave us something that we've seen before from him in terms of getting set, getting settled, and then just playing that one ill-advised shot to bring about his demise. But ever since then, it's really been a wonderful partnership between these two.
Yeah, most definitely. McCaskey's missed the boat to there, really. Did all the hard work. He got himself nicely in. He was in control of his innings. There was nothing to worry about. And really, the decision to go across the line, which he did earlier, connected, but it's a shot that at best you're going to get one. The risk is too high. There was a deep square leg. We saw him early in his innings. He played it. The ball landed 15 yards in front of the fielder. Just got a single. And most of the time, Bishop was bowling with just a mid-wicket and a deep square leg. So there's singles. Anytime the balls are on the leg side, there's a single. He's going for a sweep shot that he's only going to get one anyway. And obviously got adjudged, and as a result, it's allowed someone like Jonathan Drakes to come in and show his class. He has not been under any pressure whatsoever. He's just come in, he stroked the ball from ball one, and really he's controlled the innings, so to speak. And Craig Brathwaite is continuing in his own zone, but I think Drakes' innings has been quite eye-catching.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's one of those touch players that on his day you would sit down and watch him time and time again. I think about how you mentioned he brought up that 50 off the bowling of Joshua Bishop, and it was a lovely expansive shot over that cover region for 6. Had one or two occasions where he went along the ground as well, but his wrist work is amazing, especially going through that offside Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, I think he's a confident young lad, and confidence plays a big part in the whole thing about batting. He doesn't look a player that wants to be in his shell. He always wants to be really dominating the bowler, not in a reckless fashion, but just stroking it nicely. And he's sort of very much a touch player. And I think once he gets over the line here, this will do him a lot of good, and hopefully he'll have a terrific season.
It's always good when you get runs early in the season. Gets that confidence going. Can he add 100 to the 96 runs that he came into round number 2 with? thought of one, but Bishop gets around quite quickly.
Yes, and Craig on this occasion just not taking up the offer.
What's also good about this innings from Drake's is that he's waited for what he would say is balls in his half, or balls that are in line with the type of strokes that he would like to play. Everything else he's respected, worked those ones and twos. So reinforcing that slip cordon. Valdo Clark comes to a second slip.
Yeah, he's been very tight in defence when he needed to be. I think what has helped the fact that the ball hasn't done a great deal, particularly against the seamers. There's been no movement, no swing. But he's shown good method today, good method.
Just for a moment, you thought maybe that one would go wide of mid-off towards the boundary. I heard a spectator or two say, "Gee," thinking that maybe he had timed it enough. Just one, though, takes him now to 96. Protection. Fine leg means just one for skipper Brathwaite. But the dominance continues from Barbados Pride. It was so interesting when I think back to that toss as well. After losing the toss, I saw a grimace on the face of Teddy Bishop, because I recognized that he too realized the conditions that they were perfect for batting here.
Yeah, important toss to win, really. First of all, you get 2 sessions in the sunlight. That's very, very important. By that time, the innings is well developed, as it is now. So even if anything happens in the evening time, you know, you're pretty much in control of the game.
Edge found, but put down. Bowen Tuckett has dropped Drake's on 96.
Yeah, first loose shot there by Jonathan Drakes. He went searching for that pitched up delivery, gets a thick outside edge. Diving away to his right, cannot come up with a catch. And edge induced there by Blades. He survives. That should be a warning.
Well, the first chance that Drakes is given. Sometimes in cricket you just need that luck. You've had an almost perfect day on 96. You get a gem of a delivery which takes the edge, and automatically you tell yourself that's the end of things for you. But he survives, Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, just cricket, you need a bit of luck now and again. Let's have a look at this edge. I think Tuckett probably would, on reflection, would feel that he should have held on to that. Because we haven't seen too many edges today.
I haven't seen too many edges at all. In fact, I think that might in fact be the first edge of the day. But when you think about it, as a wicketkeeper, you would say that's fairly regulation and should have been taken by him. So a chance for Drake's on 96 and an opportunity to convert for him. Kenny Clark now replaces Joshua Bishop, the Joel Garner end. Quite early in the session as well. You just wonder, had he taken that chance, what it could have done maybe for the confidence of the West Indies Academy, maybe getting a new batter who's not set under the lights.
Well, that would have given them a little bit of hope. As said, the fact that a new batter would have had to come in, and he's coming in not to bat in sunlight, but with this artificial light where he's got to get started. But chance went down, which meant that two set batters are still at the crease.
He's played that shot well all day, Craig Brathwaite. It's been a productive area and continues to be.
Yeah, not a good delivery that by Clark to a batsman who's well past 100. Really, it's meat and drink, really. Full half volley under leg stump. All Craig Brathwaite's got to do now is just really maintain the position and just come across the line of the ball. Times it perfectly and gets another boundary.
Well, a chance to settle and come again, Jonathan Drakes. We'll have to put the events, the previous over, out of his mind. Can he find himself crossing that rope? Can he get himself to that three-figure landmark? Probably just reaching a bit on that occasion for that one. Takes the inner portion of the bat, but no harm done.
Yeah, just looking to drive that one straight back along the pitch.
Just one to close out over number 69. It's 295 for one.
Yes, and Drake's just moving within 3 runs of his century, and he's shared in an excellent partnership here with Craig Brathwaite. He's faced some 147 deliveries for his 97.
A loose shot outside the off stump. Ever since Rivaldo Clark has in place that widest first slip, call it a second slip position, things have started to look a little different. The edge was found, put down. Now Drake's just reaching for one outside the off stump, trying to get himself to that 100. Sense that maybe something.
Nervous 90s here for Jonathan Drakes. Just trying to get bat on ball, but having a chat with Craig Brathwaite, who's been in this position many times. I think Craig will just be telling him, look, just take your time. You've got plenty of time. If you don't get it in the next couple of balls, it makes no difference. You've got the rest of the evening to get it, so just be very selective and make right decisions.
This will be the moment that he has waited for. His second first-class 100. It's been a knock-up dominance, a bit of fortune, but in the end, he's crossed the line.
And deservedly so. Excellent 100 there by Jonathan Drakes, continuing this very good form to the start of this 2025 season, really following up his work in Guyana. He's come home. And like Craig Brathwaite, he's registered 100 as well.
Also brings up the 200 partnership between himself and Captain Craig Brathwaite. He's done it under the lights here at Kensington Oval. Can he continue, Jonathan Drakes? 101 from 150 deliveries. Height certainly a question there. He's really come back with a burst from this Malcolm Marshall and Jedediah Blades.
Yeah, Blades, after that early start where he wasn't really causing a lot of problems, he bowled a good spell just before lunch, and now settling in just this final session. His ball is certainly a lot better after the early start. You know, he's been a consistent bowler in this short career of his. He's always picked up 1 or 2 wickets quite early in the innings. Today he's had to work extremely hard, induced the edge in his previous over, but he's still running in.
Looks a slightly different bowler here in this final session of day one. Jedediah Blades started proceedings for the West Indies Academy and didn't necessarily hit the right areas with new ball in hand. Had a second spell that you would say progressed slightly, but didn't necessarily look his best either. But here now in this final session, he's looking the part, Blades.
Yeah, a good pacey delivery, that one. But yes, his first spell, obviously, no ball. You're looking for swing, looking for seam. None of that was on offer. It was bright and sunny. I think he'd be encouraged now that under the lights, that, you know, even with a softer ball, you know, he'll try and get some sort of movement out of the pitch. And he's looked a lot more threatening.
The 300 coming up for the Barbados Pride.
300 has come up for Barbados Pride. 301 as we're into over number 71 now. This has been a display of dominance from the Barbados Pride ever since winning the toss a few hours ago right here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, it really has been a tough day so far for the academy. Really, they've come up against some stubborn batting by Craig Brathwaite and some exhilarating stroke play by Drakes.
Just looks as if you're maybe seeing signs of a few variations from Kenny Clark. As if maybe that one came out the back of the arm from him. And once again, as I mentioned, just seeing the variations from Kenny Clark as we go through this over. That one just unsettling Drakes a bit more bunks than he expected on that occasion.
Yeah, that one banged into the turf and just cramped Drakes for room. Didn't play it too convincingly.
This has been a very good over from Kenny Clark. He's gone pace on for a few. One or two have been back of the arm. Used the pitch in terms of varying his lengths as well. That one kept a bit low. But he's asking a few questions here of Jonathan Drakes.
Yes, he certainly is. Obviously trying to use this artificial light. Looks a lot more threatening the faster bowlers at the moment.
That man was placed there for a reason, and it's flown through the hands. Drakes is living dangerously, but he lives on. 71 overs gone, 304 for one.
Yeah, they say when you go hard, and Drake certainly threw the kitchen sink at that one. Got a thick outside half of the bat, and it went through the gully at the rate of knots. But the result was 4 runs.
So Blades to continue. He's been just thereabouts in terms of his bowling. Left arm, not quick, but his asset is he generally bowls good length and line. Continues to Brathwaite. As you said, this is the time now, Roland Butcher, when the bowlers would enjoy it. The twilight. Seen it so often where bowlers come into their own. What is it about the pink ball at this stage? Why is it that it does more? Explain to us.
Well, I mean, obviously, Andrew, during the day when the sun is out and you've got nice clear skies, etc. You know, in the evenings it gets a little bit damper, and You know, so it assists, certainly assists the bowlers. You know, you really want to have a new ball in your hand in the evening. I don't think the damage has been done already. You know, so 300 plus runs on the board. You know, it is not going to be as difficult as if you're bowling with a brand new ball. You know, if you've got a brand new ball, lack is there. It's not going to disappear that quickly because the sun is not shining and etc. etc. Ball rolls into the outfield and it's, you know, if there's a bit of dew, you know, so it keeps the lacquer on there for longer. That's why it's difficult in the evenings that fast bowlers tend to, you know, create a lot of problems.
Yeah. Well, Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat, and they'll be quite happy with their performance. 304 for 1 with their captain, 132, Jonathan Drake, the 30-year-old, second 100 at this level, 105. Barbados was only losing 1 wicket to the McCaskey, went for 49 in conditions that have been good for batting.
Right, Andrew, I mean, Joel was asking earlier, I mean, you see Jonathan Drake has got a second 100 at age 30.
Yep.
So you see just how long it takes our players to
develop.
And if you're getting your second 100 at 30, you know, when your career finishes, just imagine you'll have 10 if you're lucky.
But if I put in the equation, he's just played 13, I think. I was checking this now. Not had a lot of first-class cricket. In fact, he kind of made his debut. You know, he didn't make it at 21. No, a couple of years ago. I'll double check that. But yeah, I understand the point you're making.
Yeah, so he's got to make up for lost time. Particularly when you get yourself in good form and good rhythm. You've got to remember, you know, I'm 30, pitch is good. You know, I've got to cash in. Craig Brathwaite, you don't have to tell him that.
No.
You know, he knows once things are in his favour that he's going to do just that. That's why I'm quite annoyed with McCaskey's dismissal on this pitch. You know, he could still be batting now.
Yeah, Brathwaite doesn't give it his wicket away at all. I mean, ever since we saw him playing in the Herman Griffith competition, so you would have seen him when he was 8, 9, 10, doing so very well for his alma mater, Combermere, a school that has produced some of the greatest. Of course, late great Frank Worrell would have gone there as well. And in recent times, people like Roland Holt, in fact, Jamal Warkin as well. Here's Blades. Now, 15 minutes ago on 97, Drakes would have played at that as he did and got the edge and should have been taken by the keeper. Welcome back, Hendy Wallace. Hello, Hendy. Nice to see you.
Hi there, Andrew, and thank you very much. Certainly, this is the time when you think if anything can happen for the academy bowlers, it will be this particular period under the lights. The ball just appears to do a little bit more. And as you said, they had the opportunity to break this partnership. And unfortunately, the keeper did not accept the opportunity.
Another good delivery. The ball before was outside the off stump. And that one came back at Drakes, but he played it solidly. How do you rate the knock from Drakes today, Hendy?
I thought he played very well. I think having his captain and clubmate in Craig Brathwaite at the other end helped significantly. We saw a full range of shots from him, and I think it was really more a test of his concentration than anything else. They went through a period where the academy bowlers did quite well at drying up the boundaries, and I think he absorbed that well. So all in all, I think it's a credible knock.
Well, he got a half century in Guyana, first game. There's no question about his ability. He's 30 now. And second at this level. Craig Brathwaite's got 16. I mean, this really has represented a a tremendous effort in the part of Brathwaite. But we are accustomed to Brathwaite, one who will bat for quite long periods.
Well, I think that Craig's knock, the last innings in the Test series, would have gone a long way towards securing his place to the side and obviously giving him some confidence. But if you're going to use regional cricket to determine whether Craig Brathwaite plays for West Indies or not,
he's play until he's 100. You're right. Yeah, you're right. He's the kind of a batsman. And when you talk about bowlers across the Caribbean, when you speak to them quietly, they say, but he's such a difficult batsman to dislodge. I was speaking to a couple of Jamaicans, left-arm spinner Miller. You know, he was saying, boy, he's got such a broad bat.
well, if you look at it from the local perspective, Winston Reid, who has been the absolute legend in club cricket and did very well in regional cricket as well. I remember having a discussion with him about Craig Brathwaite when he was a schoolboy.
Mm-hmm.
And Reid, who got the better of just about every batsman in club cricket. I remember him saying to me, this schoolboy called Craig Brathwaite, he said it got to the point where we started to sledge him.
Okay.
And as you know, schoolboys in the senior competition were really the whipping boys, so it was just a matter of time. And Winston Reid there, who's now the head curator, has him there on the right, well, second from right. Wily left arm spinner got loads and loads and loads of wickets. He said to me, I had to resort to calling him names, telling him how big his head was. You know. That's going to go very close to the boundary. And we've seen the ball really traveling across this outfield. So, again, going over the boundary. Well played there by Drake's, cleverly done, using the pace of the ball and the angle, just steering it down to the unprotected third man area. But just getting back to that encounter, he said, you know, we just couldn't get him out. And, you know, even back then, Craig Brathwaite exhibited this level of concentration and maturity, which, you know, belied his age.
Yep, you're right. In fact, we were talking about Craig Brathwaite, you know, when he was, 11, 12. I mean, you remember him scoring lots of runs. There's Winston Reid. Hello, Winston. Nice to see you. The head curator there at Kensington. Tells me you're going to get the pitches fast at Kensington Oval again. Let's wait and see if that happens. Of course, remember Richie Richardson, who would captain the West Indies team in the 90s, said that the pace had gone out of Kensington. You know, it's my view, and I know I don't get a lot of support for it, but I'm not sure that the pitches are as slow as people make them out to be. I just think that we don't have the fast bowlers consistently bowling at 90 miles an hour in the Caribbean, because I've seen pitches in the Caribbean that people consider to be slow, and when you're quick, you can certainly generate some pace and bounce. I've seen that in the Caribbean.
There's an attempt at a short delivery. So, I mean, this pitch, I expect that it will get a little bit firmer. I've said this before, that the characteristics of this particular square, with the soil that's here now since the World Cup, is rock hard. So as it hardens up, you expect the pace to carry. It may not have the exaggerated bounce, but you're right. If you're quick, you'll get something out of it.
You often tell of the story of Andy Roberts going to India in 1974, 5 test matches, 32 wickets. And, you know, whenever I speak to Sir Andy, I speak to him quite often. He said that they said the pitches in India were slow, but he woke them up. And I always tell the story of Tino Best bowling to the likes of Chandapal and Hooper, Sarwan at Border, and bowling with tremendous pace. Saw Colin Croft bowl pretty quickly there as well. And Malcolm Marshall. Oh, that was bowled with some aggression.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that in this innings, but for me, not quite enough. And I quite like McKenny Clark. I like his approach. He has a lovely approach and nice balance at the crease. And you just feel there's a little bit more in the tank to come from him. But anyway, when it's 310 for 1, you look a little bit slower than you think.
An interesting comment, I agree with you, because that was an effort delivery from Clark, and it discomforted the batsman. I don't think I've seen enough short balls today from the bowlers. It is true that just before the break, Clark went around the wicket and bowled short at Brathwaite with a leg gully, but that was an effort delivery and went quite nicely through to the keeper. This is why I make the point that you would think that this pitch is slow, but if you bend your back, you can get something from it. Here's Blaze to continue. That's gone past the keeper. 4 byes signaled by the umpire. Carleon hasn't had the best of days.
Well, earlier we talked about his footwork, his movement, and from what we're seeing now, that was a lack of foot movement. I'm just wondering if it is a lack of fatigue, but it was a delivery down the leg side going further away.
Yeah, you're right.
It died just before him, so he really needs to get something behind it. He didn't, and it just went under him for 4 byes.
Well, that's an interesting shot by Brathwaite. Don't see that very often. Banged in. And he got it down to backward square. We don't normally see that shot from Brathwaite.
And I wouldn't say he did it very convincingly. As I said, we haven't seen enough of that. And we've seen some short balls, but they were ill-directed, very high, even called wide. So you know when it's called wide in first-class cricket, it's got to be way, way wide. But not enough short balls that have been targeted at the throat or the helmet. And that was a good short ball just now. And for a man on 134, it did cause him some problems.
Very well bowled indeed to Drakes. Gets a single, down to White, third man.
I'm just surprised that Blaze is continuing around the wicket. I mean, for such a long time, surely it must be worth the while to just try to change the angle with the same aggression that he's trying to display at this point in time. But I think that he's just bowling onto the bat at the moment.
He's trying maybe angle the ball across the right-hander, but he's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. Bowling to Brathwaite.
Yeah, we call that bowling it onto the bat. Because, again, with that same sort of length, if you are bowling over the wicket, angling across, you're now challenging the outside edge. And the batter at this stage, you're hoping that if he chooses to go for it and doesn't get right across enough to cover that line, the angle could bring the outside edge into play. He's still got a slip in place. So bowling around the wicket, you're really bowling for the LBW or to get him bowled through the gate, because we're not seeing the ball straightening.
Well, it's the kind of foundation that Barbados would no doubt be looking to, maybe look to bat once here. I mean, of course, we are in a situation where it's 316 for 1 and a lot can happen, but with the kind of foundation here, I would think they'd want to maybe make 500 and maybe try to bat once here. And the rate that they're scoring out is good. It's actually 4.28, which is very healthy. Now that ball died as it got to the keeper down the leg side to end the over from where we looking Blades. Barbados continuing to do well, 316 for 1.
Yeah, so the ball is 74 overs old, so I'm not surprised to see it dying going through to the keeper. But the important thing is that when it gets to the batter, it's at that uncomfortable height. And he actually got the ball up just under the armpit of Craig Brathwaite, but Brathwaite was able to move across his stumps and allow it to go on down the leg side. And again, if he's bowling over the wicket, that same delivery is a little bit more negotiation for the batter to leave it, because it's going to be starting on outside leg stump and coming at the body with the angle. So I just think they've missed the trick as far as that is concerned. But getting back to your prediction, you would think that to bat once, yes, and 500 in an ideal situation would be to get the academy to be batting at this sort of time tomorrow evening.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Spot on as usual, Hendy.
But of course, we'll rate the pitch, as we said, when both teams have either batted or bowled, to see what Barbados can get out of this surface. We didn't see anything here for the spinners so far. There was some discussion about the cracks, etc. But if those cracks don't open up, then you don't expect them to really play a significant part. However, if you've got the extra pace, then you might be able to get something out of it. And Warwick, as we saw from Bishop, will sort of tie at one end, which will give the captain the opportunity to rotate his faster bowlers.
Now that's banged in short by Clark. And it's a wide call by the umpire. Would you have called it a wide?
Well, I'm not sure from the angle that we're at. I mean, we're looking to see what it's like from side on, but again, it was umpire White at square leg who made the initial signal for his colleague, but I don't think I've seen as many wides being called for short balls over the head. So, again, with a very hard surface, you've got to be sure where you're going to bang the ball in. If you bang it into the middle of the surface, it may just go vertically and over the top.
No, look at that. What a shot by Drakes out towards cover. He'll go for 4. Oh, actually, 4 runs. Beautifully played indeed.
I actually thought it went all the way.
In fact, I think the signal is going to be changed now. The umpire did in fact signal 6, but I think the fielder in the boundary said no. It dropped in front. In fact, she's made the change now. It's actually 6. You thought it went all the way?
Yeah, I thought it went all the way. I thought I had an optical illusion. She signaled 4 at first. I think the fielder then, as you said, indicated to her that it went all the way for the boundary. It was a lovely shot. Again, slightly inside to out, and all the way.
Not often that you see that drive over cover, but it went for 6 runs. Well played to him, Jonathan Drakes, as he draws the way down towards square leg. Maybe looking now to make sure he doesn't get out, get a good night's rest, and come back tomorrow and continue the fight for his country. Barbados in a position of command here at Kensington Oval. They've been dominant against the academy. Oh! What a delivery. Might have been some bad under that. Kept a bit low.
That one seemed to trap Drakes on the crease. It was an aborted appeal, which would suggest that maybe he got an inside edge onto it. But looking at the gestures of the bowler, asking if it was going down leg side, but he was on the back foot. It stayed down a bit, and just wondering if he misjudged the length of that delivery from McKenny Clark. But Drakes will live to fight on. But again, you know, examples of seeing some encouragement there for the faster bowlers at this time of the evening.
Now that was full and wide, and Drakes thought of maybe going for that big drive, but ignored it.
There seems to be a little bit of byplay as well between Clark and Drakes. Bowling that one outside off stump, there was a little bit of a away movement, and maybe saying to Drakes, you fancy repeating that shot you played earlier? There seems to be a lot of chatter out there now, but I suppose when you're 117 not out, you can have such privileges.
Clark bowls another short delivery. Yeah, some aggression from the young man. So his over comes to an end. Barbados continuing to do very well. 323 for 1.
So at the final refreshment script for the first day is Barbados by 323 for 1.
A lot of discussions going on there. In the 3W stand, probably talking about this partnership between Brathwaite and Drakes, who've really piled on the runs. 323 for one is beyond a commanding position here on day one of this opening day of the round two of the West Indies Championship. Just 1 hour left, and this first day certainly looking to keep things going is skipper Craig Brathwaite. A very easy-paced looking Barbados Pride dressing room. Of course, Zachary McCaskey smiling there now, but a little earlier he certainly wasn't, as he fell just short of what would have been another first-class half-century. And looking at how things have progressed, might have told himself that 100 could have been out there for him today. It wasn't to be, and that's the game of cricket. Demetrius Richards with pads on. We'll be hoping that he can get a chance on this surface, but at the same time we'll be hoping that Drakes and Brathwaite can carry on. And it looks as if we're about to get carried on here with the final hour of play on day number one of this day-night fixture between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. It's been a hard day in the field for the Academy boys. Not many chances have come their way, but two have come from the bat of Jonathan Drakes, once on 96, and then just after he passed his 100. And they find themselves just grabbing one more, maybe two more, before we call it curtains here on day number one. Well, there's going to be some short stuff as we head into this final hour of play. Johan Lane returns to that Malcolm Marshall end. He's not having the success just yet in terms of the wicket column. Into his 10th over now.
I think he would have seen some aggression from his other two seamers. That may just have inspired him, but that's what we've seen a lot of from him today. That delivery that's just angled down the leg side, which is just an easy shot for any top order batsman, but especially someone like Craig Brathwaite. And it just eases any potential pressure, because ideally what you want to do is to try and string as many dot deliveries together. And that sort of lined delivery is always an easy opportunity for the batter to get off strike.
Yeah, you mentioned stringing together dot deliveries. And that's something that, I guess, when they reflect on this day number one performance, the coaching staff will allow them to know that maybe, yeah, that is an area that they didn't necessarily do too well in terms of restricting the scoring for Barbados Pride. When we think about the first session and a half, in fact, first two sessions, runs flowed very easily for Barbados Pride. They found the gaps, found the boundaries. At long last, there is success for Johan Lane and the West Indies Academy.
Again, we talk about aggression and effort delivery there from Johan Lane. And it seemed to surprise Jonathan Drakes. And he looks suspiciously at the pitch. But what we've seen in the last hour or so is the seamers getting a little bit of response from this pitch. And you see, this is what we call the hard length. And it actually was going down the leg side. If anything, it was a bit of a leading edge for the extra bounce. Seemed to take him high up on the blade and just lobbed gently back to Johan Lane, who was very thankful for that opportunity. But very, very good knock there from Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, wonderful knock from him. 117 from 175 deliveries, Jonathan Drakes. His second 100 at the first class level. He'll be happy with the fact that he got himself to that landmark, but when you think about the surface out there, he knows that there's probably a few more runs in it for him. He's got to go, though. And after toiling and working hard, the Academy, they've got another breakthrough.
We've said it all along that this stage of the play, and with the lights on, you just have to be that little bit more watchful, watching the ball a little bit closer, a little bit longer onto the blade. And that was a perfect example there where what appeared to be an innocuous delivery, just a tad extra bounce and maybe get it into the shot a little bit early, took the splice of the bat high up on the blade, going back to the bowler. So that should be of some inspiration to Johan Lane. As I said, he would have seen his other two seamers making some effort, bowling some real effort balls, banging it into the pitch. So you should expect more of the same to the new batter.
Opens the face nicely, and Wickham is off in a flurry.
Well, so much for being difficult to bat at this stage. What a glorious stroke there from Kevin Wickham to get off the mark. Talk about getting a sighter. And you can imagine that Lane would have been looking to really charge in. I think it was an over-pitched delivery, and Wickham said, "Thank you very much. What about a sighter?"
Well, they got a gift first delivery. How does Lane follow it up? There's one just wide of the off stump. So a successful over for Lane and the Academy. 328 for 2.
I detected a pep in the step in the last two deliveries there from Johan Lane, which is understandable when you pick up the second wicket with the score at 324. You'll feel there's an opportunity. It's all about stringing together your spells as well, structuring your bowling spell. And when you just pick up a wicket like that, you really want to have a go at the batsman, and he would have been disappointed to offer up just a gift to Wickham first up. That full delivery outside our stump. Really, all he had to do was get bat on it.
Yeah, you might tell yourself a bit of the ego play as well between Lane and Wickham. Both have enjoyed their time at the Academy and had quite a few battles between them as well. So you would say that blow number one, the battle goes to Wickham.
And that's one of the things that, you consider when CCC is playing Barbados or the Academy is playing Barbados, where you have situations of there's some familiarity, and sometimes that can work against you or it can work for you.
A stifled appeal. No bat onto that one.
Again, I just wonder if it'd be worth the while. We look at the field in the gully there, Teddy Bishop, I think it is. Just wondering for the new batter. He's got the field there. He's got the field fairly well spread. And sometimes you just have to take your eyes off the actual total and take into consideration that you just got a wicket, a new batter's at the crease, who has to get accustomed to the light. And I'm just wondering if it may be worth as well just to support, give a bit more support in that slip cordon, and maybe just bring that fielder in off the cover boundary, which seems to be offering easy singles for the new batter. You probably want to keep him on strike, even if he strikes a couple of fours, at least to string together some deliveries to the new batter, because you think he is most vulnerable at the start of his innings.
Yeah, certainly have to agree in terms of that applying pressure factor to the new batter. He started with the man back on the point boundary, man back at square leg on the boundary, fine leg, fair and fine, no problem. But yeah, just has an opportunity to just, as even if you bring that point in, that ball is the back of a length, dropped into the offside. At the moment, is a comfortable single. Want to keep Wickham on strike for as much as possible. Want to exploit the fact that maybe the hands are not moving just yet, maybe the feet not moving just yet. Work towards that third man area. It's a very vacant place on the field, and it gets Wickham a boundary.
And very well played by Wickham as well, because you spoke about that field at point. What he did was to deliberately keep it very fine. There's a slip in the gully in place, but you notice how he just rode that delivery and just to keep it away from the fine gully, and the man at point on the boundary had no chance of getting around there in time. So you could say that's an easy boundary for Wickham. As I said, with his new batter, I'd be happy enough to give up a boundary or two in trying to get the wicket of Wickham before he gets in.
Sliding down the leg side on that occasion. Just gets Wickham above that knee roll as well in that area where it just tends to hurt a bit.
Yeah, well, there's less protection above that knee roll, and sometimes when the ball makes contact with that area, just above the knee roll and below the thigh pad, you can send a little bit of a shock to the system.
Scamper, a quick one. Good call from Wickham on the misfield from Clark. 334 for 2.
So 77 overs completed, and it makes you wonder, Joel, what could be going through the mind of Zachary McCaskey when he looks up at that scoreboard, probably saying to himself, this could have been 334 without loss. Such is the nature of the pitch, and he will really, on reflection, think that he's missed out on a really big score.
Yeah, certainly has to feel that way, especially given how comfortable he looked at the crease. Didn't look troubled at all. It's a case of you're just waiting for that mistake, and had he not made that mistake, you can probably tell yourself he'd have still been out there producing some runs. And it's just an area of his game that I know he already knows he needs to work on, because getting a start is not a problem for Zachary McCaskey more often than not. It's just a case of that conversion, or that case of carrying on, that case of keeping the intensity high in terms of, you know, where the brain is at, because sometimes you tell yourself things get so easy that you drop the intensity, you know, quickly you're moving the hands, the positions that you get yourself into. And it's just that one fault shot when things are just so comfortable at the crease that brings about your downfall.
I thought a perfect example was that in the last delivery there. Wickham, who's very tall, so he has quite a reach. He likes to feel the ball on the bat. Unless he's playing at that delivery that was a little bit wide. We saw him rehearsing the leave alone, but it's not in his nature to leave many balls alone. He likes to feel the ball on the blade.
Or maybe hearing you and opting to leave that one outside of the off stump. Probably just tempting him here. Johan Lane, given exactly what you mentioned in terms of, yes, Wickham is one of those batters that likes to feel ball on bat more often than not. You'll find him playing away from the body, looking for those expansive drives through that cover region. That angle over the wicket just means that ball keeps sliding down the leg side. Leg by signaled by umpire right.
And to me, that's been the frustration for Lane in particular. And I'm really surprised that he's having this issue. I just wonder if it's a case of rhythm, because he just put together 3 good deliveries so far in the over. And some may question, well, the batter left them 1 or 2 alone, but that sometimes can be an attacking option, especially for a player who likes to feel the bat on the ball. It's a good short ball. Good short ball. This time it's not going to be weighted, but no trouble there for Craig Brathwaite as over number 78 comes to an end. The Barbados Pride, 335 for 2.
It's going to be McKenny Clark to continue. So the Academy opting for pace under the lights here at Kensington Oval. But equal to the task is Kevin Wickham.
There's a hint of inward movement there from Clark. And so the motion there from Wickham, recognizing and acknowledging that inward movement. So Clark will be looking to attack those pads, not on the leg side, because Wickham, his guard looks to be like middle and off. So he wants to be just outside the off stump coming in. So another one on target, and as the bowling coach, you will say to him, right, that's a good start. You want to continue like that, maybe halfway in the over, or just after halfway in the over, just push one a little bit wider, and then get back to plan A.
Yeah, it just goes back to that discipline that we talked about a little earlier. Well, a question of whether or not that one got the back of the bat of Wickham. Umpire Williams says no. But yeah, just that discipline factor, because yeah, it's true. It's not every day that you turn up and conditions favor you as a bowling side. And that's when you have to put in those hard yards, put in the work, and force batters to craft and graft for their runs. They've bowled well in burst, you would say, the Academy. And of course, you're looking at them as the guys that are developing, so you won't necessarily be too hard on them in terms of the fact that they haven't necessarily stuck to what you would have hoped they would have on a more consistent basis. He's got him. McKenny Clark gets the third wicket for the academy, and Wickham has got to go.
Elation there for McKenny Clark, and he looks a bit exhausted there, but I'm sure that success will just give him a little bit of energy, some more breath, because again, it's that line outside off stump. It was just back of a length, may have come back in a fraction because it got the inner portion of the bat, dragged it onto the stumps, but that's exactly how you want to set the over up, and he's got the reward of sticking to that particular game plan. Wickham will be disappointed, but just probably just misjudging the length of that delivery, or maybe just the line. Hands maybe guilty of going slightly away from the body, taking the inside edge and onto the stump. So that was quite wide, and you see the movement into the right-handed batter. The bat slightly askew, may have been thinking about playing a horizontal bat shot, then realized with the inward movement trying to make the adjustment, and in so doing, the ball taking the inner portion of the bat.
Yeah, hands just going away from the body. Wickham not in control of that one, and paying the price with his wicket. And you would call that the rewards for discipline there on that occasion, McKenny Clark.
Well, I think in essence the batter made a mistake, but that's fine. I'm presenting the challenge. If he doesn't execute properly, as he didn't in the case, he got caught in between two minds as to whether he's going to play the horizontal bat shot, and maybe that's what he intended to do when he picked up the line and the length initially. The inward movement then forced him to make the adjustment, and he didn't quite get the bat from the intention of going horizontal to vertical. It was slightly askew, and very often we see that when the bat is in that position trying to play a forcing shot, the ball will hit the inside edge, and on that occasion, unfortunately for Wickham, it crashed into the stumps.
So he's toiled and worked hard, McKenny Clark, and has picked up his first wicket of the day. It brings Demetrius Richards to the crease, a young, talented left-handed batter.
So left-handers, surely they've got to put more slips in place. We talk about the ball going into the right-hander, which be across the left-hander, but still just the one slip in the gully. And I'm actually disappointed that Teddy Bishop is not going to give McKenny Clark a little bit more support to the new batter who is left-handed. So we expect the delivery to go away from the left-handed batter, and surely it's got to be an opportunity to get a bit more support in that slip cordon.
Yeah, you would like to think so, especially with how these pacers are bounding in here under the lights. And that's the reason why you're asking for it. A very good over from McKenny Clark. It's been disciplined and produced results. 335 for 3.
By far the best over from Johan Lane today, not just because he got the wicket, but the way how the over was constructed. And congratulations to him, picking up his first wicket. And you would hope now that with that last delivery, on a good length, lifting and leaving the left-handed batsman going perilously close to the outside edge, that may be enough to encourage the captain to give him a bit more support in his next over. Or somebody should be shouting from the sidelines to get another slip in there.
Opportunities coming in this final session of day one for the West Indies Academy. And they worked hard in the sunshine, picking up a few spoils here under the lights at Kensington Oval. Can they get themselves some more? It just goes back to what we mentioned a little earlier with that drop chance from Jonathan Drakes. You said that was an opportunity for them to open up, not necessarily floodgates, but to bring new batters to the crease. Batters who are going to take a little while to adjust. Yes, we're saying their batting conditions, but still at the end of the day, you have to stand up and play yourself. Got Drakes, got Wickham, There's still some time left.
And there's the possibility that all of that could have happened half an hour ago. So you would have had an opportunity to get at the middle order here for the Barbados Pride. And how they would love to see the back of Craig Brathwaite this evening. We would want him to be coming back tomorrow because it will be, you could rest assured it'd be more of the same from that man.
We talked about the gears that Craig Brathwaite has gone through today. The start of play this morning looked quite busy, settled down as he found themselves going towards those 30s, those 40s. Came back in the second session of the day and took the attack to the academy, accelerated his score when they were coming with that barrage of short bowling, opened up. That was quite aggressive, got himself to that 100 and has just settled down again, and you're telling yourself that he's in that just neutral phase going towards the close of play. Simply coasting along to ensure that he finds himself there at the close of play, because for certain you call him the anchor of this Barbados Pride side and this Barbados Pride innings today.
But when you look at the success of the Barbados team in terms of winning matches, you would find that Craig Brathwaite has been to the forefront in terms of the runs accumulated. Well, Lane finishes well. Again, the short ball presented. And I guess you could say this is a news flash. A maiden over from Johan Lane. And the Barbados Pride rolling along, 335 for 3.
Well set here. I was going to say as we head into the shadows, but no real shadows. Oh, they're perfect lighting. And this day-night encounter. In fact, 2 day-night encounters in this round of the West Indies Championship, as a few repairs are being made to that landing area for the bowlers. To get things right in terms of where that left leg lands for McKenny Clark.
There's still no change in the slip cordon. Just a one slip in the gully. And again, going past the outside edge. So I'm not sure exactly how much more needs to happen to convince the captain to give him some support. See umpire Jacqueline Williams just going up to the popping crease to have a look. And Joe, we've often found that when the umpire does that, that's normally a clue to bring back your front foot a bit, because you must be very close to the line.
worked away by Richards. Worked for fine leg and can't get it wrong. Sishan Matara. So that's going to open up the account for Richards. Oh, in fact, sorry, leg by signaled by the umpire.
Yes, just a little bit down leg side, trying to help it along. Richards was in position quite quickly, and if anything, he was probably through the shot a little bit too early. But 4 more to the total. Matar was a little slow in getting around there from fine leg.
Yeah, that area is where he's going to pose a challenge to Richards. Beat him on 2 occasions previously, and those occasions that he beat him, seems as if he rushed him for a bit of pace as well. So quite likely he might be able to find a bit of success if he's able to remain as consistent as he was in the previous over.
Yeah, it was more on a length than so full. So again, with such a full length, the batter can get forward and across, but when it's movement off the seam on a good length, it's a little bit more challenging.
Just about there is where you're talking about in terms of that almost ideal length for him.
And Richards is very diminutive, very short in stature, so again, the good length to him may have been just a little bit fuller than what he would have presented to someone like a Wickham. So again, that's one of the challenges you have when you have batting pairs. You have to make that assessment quite early.
Well, this time he opens up that account Richards and gets off the mark. Just another shy of 30 minutes or so, 24 minutes to go until we get to the close of play on day number 1 here.
So some 9 overs after this one to attain the 90 overs in a day. May need a little bit of slow bowling to help us with that rate. And that's over number 81 completed, 340 for 3.
Lane operating around the wicket to Richards. So Clark operating over the wicket and pushing that ball away from the left-hander. Lane operating around and slightly pushing it in. Starts with 2 dots.
Again, this tendency to go around the wicket, which I'm somewhat surprised by, because to see that Clark was able to go past the outside edge from over the wicket. Not sure about the tactic to go around the wicket, probably looking to ease that ball between bat and pad.
And when you think about what Richards might want to be facing at this stage, slightly easier to face Lane coming around the wicket to him. A lot easier to judge in terms of deliveries to play and deliveries to leave. But maybe Lane knows something about him as a batter. To label the ball is a bit of a challenge from around the wicket.
I guess it's that time of the evening. See, feel he's doing some stretches. Bit of cramp might be stepping in at this stage. And as you said, about 19 minutes to stump, so Richards really just wants to survive. Good work there in the gully. It's amazing how the deliveries look so much different at this time of the evening from what we've seen all day.
Yeah, just seeing a batter or two, just feeling for it out there now, and that's where when you take your chances, you get the opportunity to have moments like these. You get a couple more oohs, a couple more ahs. Just one run from that Lane over. It's 341 for 3.
So it looks like the captain, Bishop, will be sticking with the pace. Looks like Blades coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Barbados wouldn't want to lose any more wickets before the end of the first day. On the other hand, the academy looking to get another scalp or two. It's been a very good day for the Barbados team, led by their captain, Craig Brathwaite. Blades has had a lot of work today. And he starts the 16th over. Ooh, that kept a bit low.
Yeah, changing bowling with Blades. With the seam a bit from Clark. And just first delivery up there from Blades. Just seemed to hurry Richards a bit, who gave the impression that it stayed down a bit. He had to play, and at least he was able to keep it out. I think it's all about survival now for Richards until stumps.
Ooh. Well, they certainly thought they had their man there. Big appeal for leg before. Now it says umpire Williams.
Very confident appeal there from Blades. And just wondered, first impression, you felt that Richards may have just got outside the line. And it may have been just touch and go if he was just outside the line. I suspect the benefit of the doubt going in favor of the batter.
Certainly worth a shout. There's no question about that. Good delivery. These are the conditions to try to get wickets. This is why it's so important to bat well when you've got sunshine, and Barbados have done a good job today. Ooh, that was going home, as they would say. Difficult time for Richards just before the close.
Well, it looks like a different pitch from what we've seen for the previous 80 overs. Now in the 83rd over, as suddenly Blaze is hurrying the batsman. Not necessarily with excess pace, but more so with bounce. And Richards just stabbing down hard on that delivery to keep it out. Previous delivery, it was a loud shout for LBW. So Blaze asking questions.
Now let's see if he will go full with this delivery. Well into line is Richards. Have you seen a lot of Richards batting?
I've seen a bit at club cricket, but more so in white ball cricket, where he's loved within the Barbados setup because he's very ambidextrous and
yep, he is.
Dexterity in white ball cricket is well known. And I think that the team really likes how he approaches white ball cricket. A slightly different requirement in first class cricket, so we'll see how he goes.
Like most of theirs would have come through the under-19 tournament, made his debut back in 2019. And that's wild down the leg side. Would have been disappointed with that delivery, having presented one or two problems to the left-handed Richards. Plays for Windies in the local BCA elite competition. And after Dowridge left the scene, got into the Barbados team, and in his first match actually saw a victory. But in his last match that he played for Barbados last year was against the same academy, and the academy actually beat Barbados, and as a result, Barbados lost out on $250,000 US. Interesting decision by Barbados, having won the toss to bat first, and that cost them the match. There's no question about that. And had Barbados won the game, they would have won the championship in the end. It was the Harpy Eagles who won. Barbados on the last day would have finished at the top. In the end, they finished in fourth position. So they're very, very conscious of the fact that it was the academy last year that denied them victory. But very focused, Barbados, having lost to the Harpy Eagles in the first round of matches at the Providence Stadium on the east bank of Demerara. They've done a great job as we come to the end of the first day in a position of command at 341 for 3.
And it was really the batting collapse in the second innings against the Harpy Eagles that really cost Barbados the game. So they'll be really looking to improve on that.
Yeah, some 6 wickets going for 30-odd runs. Interesting first day. Barbados doing a pretty good job to get to 346. The tail certainly wagged. And Guyana were able to get a slender lead, because actually at the end of the first 2 innings it was just about even Stevens, but that display by the Barbados team, look down, the off spinner was brilliant, and would have been a major disappointment for the Barbados team to have lost in that way against the Harpy Eagles.
Well, it effectively became a second innings game. As you said, there was about parity on the first innings.
That's a bit of an interesting shot just before the close of the day. That's a get-out shot by Brathwaite there.
Yeah, tired shot there from the Barbados captain, and he will just turn around and regroup. He recognizes that that was a loose shot, and how the academy would love to see the back of Brathwaite, and not just walking off at close of play, but walking off to close his innings. So they'll be really hoping to see the back of him before stumps. Still seems to be timing the ball very well. So not able to pierce the field on that occasion. And good to see that the faster bowlers are still prepared to work on this ball. It's not something that appears to be commonplace with the bowlers working on the management of the ball. An effective save there by the keeper. His legs look a little bit heavy as well at this stage. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be a common thing for the bowlers to be to the forefront of managing the ball. So often we see the bowlers even taking the ball and tossing it to the fielder at mid-off or mid-on or even back of the slips. Someone is designated as the ball shiner.
Brathwaite wouldn't want to get out tonight. We want to come back tomorrow, good night's rest, and bat away. This has been a top-class knock from Brathwaite, 137 from 227 balls. Richards has got 2 from 19, but you would understand, having lost Wickham inside the edge onto his stumps. So another failure for highly talented batsman. Kevin Wickham, there's no doubt about his ability, and I'm sure that many people will be hoping that he does well because there are many who feel he's got the ability to go all the way. Sure that Richards is happy to allow that ball to go by, to be taken by the keeper to end the over. Now the ground staff very much at the ready, and 342 for 3, representing a pretty good performance by the Barbados team, with Lane getting 1, Blades 1, and Bishop 1 as well. So they're just about ready to go home now. Time to go home.
It was a very light drizzle at the moment, and umpire Williams just looking at her colleague to maybe see if he has a different perspective. It's a very, very light drizzle. So not enough, in my opinion, to drive them off the field at the moment. But given the time, if they go off now, that will be, I think that'll be it for the day. But this little sprinkle may just help Blades to maybe just wake up the pitch a bit. Brathwaite again, just nudging it into the backward point area, getting off strike. So normally the safest place to be at this time of the evening as you play for stumps is at the non-striker's end.
Well, of course, some matches would have ended today. Jamaica 306 for 9 against the Leewards. CCC 278 for 6 against the Harper Eagles. So that's a good performance from them. Of course, they're 2 day-night matches. Oh, that's very well bowled indeed. Right in the block hole. Very well bowled by Blades.
A hint of inward movement, just defeating Richards as he tried to dig that one out. But going down the leg side. A stifle appeal.
Another 100 for John Campbell, 126. What a performance from him today. Barnes got 53 for the Jamaica Scorpions. Right under the front foot. And pushed up the pitch. Louis got 3 for 35. Cornwall 3 for 71. Hayden Walsh Jr. picking up 2 for 78. So pretty good day for Jamaica, 306 for 9 in 88 overs. And I would think that the combined campuses and colleges will be quite happy with their score against the Harper Eagles of Guyana. That's not challenging the off stump. Jeremiah got 84. Paris 56, Richards 40. Good performance from them. So 278 for 6. You know, they're looking to really come back tomorrow and do a great job. Interested to see that Shamar Joseph bowled 16 overs, 1 bid, and 1 for 61, coming back after an injury. At this stage, I would imagine that Blades in his 17th over would want to maybe just attack the stumps here with 1 or 2 deliveries, keeping a bit low. Win was not doing well at all. 166 all out. So they would want to improve on that.
Just 1 run off the over there from Jediah Blades. 85 overs completed. We're in the home stretch. Barbados Pride 343 for 3. The man of the moment for Barbados. He will be setting his stalls up just to get in to the pavilion undefeated. The Academy will have a different idea.
It's a wide call by the umpire. The umpires, as they say, don't make sport with his wides. Andy Wallace banged in short, called a wide.
I'm just very surprised to see how many deliveries have been, how many short balls have been called wide going over the batsman's head. And that would suggest that there is still some bounce to be attained from this surface. But the fast bowler is not quite getting it in the area to trouble the batters.
Raffet happy to just let that ball go by. Banged in short at sideline, the off stump. So 2 centuries today for Barbados. Bowd is their captain, 138. 16th at this level. And, of course, Jonathan Drakes, the 30-year-old. Making his second first-class 100. Kevin Wickham failing again today. Must be a bit concerned about that, Kevin Wickham. There's no doubt that Brathwaite is just playing for the close now. Want to come back tomorrow, hopefully in bright sunshine. And we'll want to see Barbados with a big score here. Somewhere in the region of maybe 500 or even more. Because the rate they're scoring at is 4.03, which is very good. Very, very good indeed. Johan Lane, the rangy fast bowler from Barbados, highly thought of. Clark looks good as well. Blades, honest performer. Left arm medium fast bowler. Saw the leg spin of Matara today as well. And Joshua Bishop, the left arm orthodox spinner. That's a tired shot from Brathwaite.
So 3 attacking shots there from Brathwaite, 2 drives and a cut, and finding the fielder on every occasion. He's been there for 486 overs, so been in there for a long time. Has faced some 232 deliveries. And his bat must look really broad to the academy bowlers, even in defense. He hasn't really put a foot wrong today, as Craig Brathwaite, from as early as the toss.
Yep. Tremendous appetite for making runs, Craig Brathwaite. Very worthy off stump to end the over. And it's what? 344 for 3. By right. Very much by the stumps here. And umpire Williams will walk slowly in. We should get another over in. But what a day it has been for the Barbados team, having won the toss and electing to bat. 344 for 3 represents a strong position for the Barbados side.
It's the sort of response that you wish for when you win the toss and decide to bat. It really could not have gone much better for the Barbados Pride. So this is the first phase of what I would imagine they want to achieve, of getting that target somewhere in excess of 450, maybe closer to 500, and maybe just looking to bat once.
Demetrius Richards in the Barbados team. This is about 4th match for the Barbados side. And would have seen the Barbados team in the very short time he has played with them. They've lost 2 matches to the academy, which was a big surprise last year. And in the first round to the Ghana Harpy Eagles, they lost in 3 days. Got in the part of Blaze to keep the ball on the stumps there. But Richards' bat is broad. Just playing for the close now. This is the time when you shut up shop, so to speak, and get a good night's rest, come back tomorrow and do the business.
Do you get ready to strike up the band, or?
And go home. Strike up the band, we're going home. Good delivery. It's been a good over so far. He's attacked the stumps. That one was just on the off stump. He recognizes that Blaze is just playing now for the close. The last over he was too wide the off stump, but holding at the top of that off stump.
Just taking some deep breaths there is Blades. And 17 overs today in his 18th over, so he's had a fair bit of work. And it was always expected that the faster bowlers would be asked to do most of the work, would have done all the work since the lights have been on.
Full and wide the off stump. Maybe another day would have maybe driven that ball through cover. But as we said, just a matter of just getting through the final couple of deliveries before we say goodbye from the region's Mecca. What a day it has been for the Barbados Pride. If you join us for the first time, hello to you wherever you are across the world. Game being streamed to many people and also on Rush. So the audience is a big one. Here's Blades. Haven't seen Richards at the local level. He came back, there's no question about that. Pretty neat behind the stumps as well.
I think in this game there was some discussion of him playing as a batter. And young Boucher is down the order. And I think then they're asking, they'll be looking at him to keep and let Richards just play as a batter.
Oh, interesting. That'll be quite interesting. Boucher can keep. Richards can keep as well. Very solid indeed, right in the line, pushing up towards that cover area. So 87 overs gone, and of course we'll want about 90 in the day's play. So 344 for 3. Brathwaite continuing to be very solid at 138.
So this is where you get the occasional bowlers looking to take us into the close. And it looks like Rivaldo Clark coming back into the attack. Somewhat surprised that Bishop maybe is not given that opportunity. But he had a long bowl as well, I think all on the trot, probably about 18 overs. But it's going to be Clark with this uncomplicated off spin.
And he starts with a long hop.
So this is where, as a batter, you want to be very careful. But sometimes in being overly cautious can produce a mistake.
Good aggressive running. Was pushed up towards mid-off, and it was played firmly. It was Richards' call. The ball went behind the non-striker, and they got the run.
Not very good cricket there from Mutara at the mid-off position. He was brought in to obviously save the single, and smart batting there by Richards. As I say, at this time of the evening, the safest place is at the non-striker's end.
Yep, yeah, you're right. And this really takes a lot of pressure off Barbados with the spin, or lack of really, of Clark, working the signals around. Another single when the fast bowlers are on. Just a matter of survival. They know that they can pick up another 5-6 runs before the close of the day with Clark operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end of the ground. And we've had 4 balls in the over and 4 singles as well. Another one. Flicked away through forward square by Craig Brathwaite.
Well, there were 2 fielders in the deep there for Brathwaite on the leg side, deep forward square and a long on. Not sure he'd be looking to take those on at this time of the evening.
So, Nova in which some 4 runs came. 349 for 3. 88 overs gone. Brathwaite, brilliant. 141. As we come down the home stretch in the first day. What a day it has been for the Barbados Proud. Barbados Pride really doing an extremely good job. 349 for 3. Richards 4. And Brathwaite 141. Looks as if Blades will continue. How was he going today, Blades?
He's actually been a lot better in his latter spells. Didn't think he was that impressive in the opening spell, but when he came back, his second, third, and fourth spells has been more impressive as the Barbados 350 comes up in 88 overs and 1 ball. 350 for 3. But yeah, Blades has got better in my estimation. And it's all about assessing conditions quite early, and I think he recognized that there wasn't a great deal in the surface for him. The ball wasn't doing much, and had to resort to more length and line bowling. They had to run the wicket a bit to the left-handers. I thought he did it a little bit for too long and didn't quite use the natural angle of bowling over the wicket to the right-handed batters. It's going down the leg side. Just looks to be laboring back to his mark. Now Blades. Or maybe it's just the way he walks. But he's had a lot of work to do today into his 19th over. How many times have we seen that shot today? Just a glance off the pads. There's plenty of protection down behind square. So another easy single for Brathwaite. I think Blades will be happy to put his feet up tonight. Go into the ice bath and maybe a massage and put the feet up. Come back tomorrow. No, I was going to say more of the same, but he'd be hoping it's not more of the same.
Full and down the leg side. And we've seen so many wickets fall with the pink ball under the lights. Barbados, they've lost 2, so I suppose they will feel that they've done a good job, because very often you could be in a position that is a good one, but change in conditions, the ball does a bit more. They lost a man who made 100, Jonathan Drakes, and then losing Wickham, who came at 4. But Richards has faced 36 balls for 4, recognizing the importance of occupation of the crease. And we want to come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow, hopefully in bright sunshine. Too full. And just clipped away for a single. For some bright sunshine tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And would want, of course, to really do very well for his country. Richards, he's got 5 from 37. Brathwaite, 143 from 239, 353 for 3.
And you expect this pitch to get a little bit faster tomorrow. Whatever moisture they were trying to retain when using this method that they had this morning overnight. So you would expect that moisture's probably come out of the surface by now. And with another roll in the morning, probably will get a little bit faster tomorrow.
So from round the wicket, bang on target, Brathwaite with the bat as broad as Kensington Oval, pushes into the offside to end the over. 89 gone, 353 for 3, the Barbados Bride.
So Blades, he's done his work for the day. Looks like he's going to make an early exit off the field. And this man on picture, he's looking to see out these last few deliveries. And he too is going to go and put his feet up, get his ice bath, get his massage, And for him, it will be more of the same tomorrow.
Yep, one would imagine. Solid player. Seen a lot of him in local cricket. And I know that the selectors who picked him, they feel that he's got the goods. Good keeper, good solid batsman. Would have played for the Barbados under-19 team in 2019. And then 2020 came, COVID, didn't play. And now there's fourth match for Barbados. Here's Richards, last over the day. Bowled by Rivaldo Clark, who doesn't bowl for his club, plays for the Gladiola team, the same team as the former Barbados and West Indies cricketer Ashley Nurse. No problems at all for Richards. The length is not one that would present a problem to the batsman, so he's just able to just block it square in the offside.
A lot of action with the body and the hands, but no deviation whatsoever off the pitch. But good line, forcing the batsman to play.
So you get a single to give Brathwaite the strike. The captain, who's led by example today. It's been a tremendous stop by Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite allows the ball to go by, to be taken by the keeper, looks at the umpire, who will remove the bails. So at the close of the first day, West Indies Academy up against the Barbados Pride, having won the toss and elected to bat, the Pride would be quite happy with their performance. 354 for 3, led by that man on your screen. His 16th at this level, Craig Brathwaite. Brilliant, excellent, superb. 143, 241 balls. And I'm sure that he has made his country very proud with a performance worthy of commendation. Well done, Craig Brathwaite.
Excellent work there by Craig Brathwaite, and a good day for the Barbados Pride. 2 centuries in the innings. Along with Brathwaite, there was young Drakes making his second first-class 100. So on winning the toss and opting to bat, this is just about the script that Barbados wanted, to get a big score, not lose too many wickets, and as I said, go to close and come back tomorrow for more of the same.
Yeah, you're right. So lots of discussion among the members of the academy side. What will they be saying in terms of the performance today? I'm sure their coach will be quite keen to say, look, we didn't get the kind of success that we were looking for, but we hope to come back after a good night's rest and really restrict Barbados, a side that had a very, very good day. Hendy Wallace is with me. Hendy, as Craig Brathwaite gets his little baby, and first ball swept away. Line was not right at all. Beautiful shot through cover, beautifully played out towards the boundary. And that's not the line to bowl. Flicked away for another boundary by Brathwaite. Jonathan Drakes was at his brilliant best. He's a wonderful player to watch. There's no question about that. And of course, getting to the 100 with a lovely drive square in the offside. A bit of luck for him. You need that in cricket. And expertly played down to White, third man for another boundary. Oh, the keeper might have done better with that. Young Tuckett. And that's gone over the top. That was it with a washpan of disdain. That's gone beautifully for 6 runs. What a shot. And then, finally, success for the academy. That's an interesting shot, played square in the offside, down to that white third man area. Oh, that was naughty by Wickham. Gone. Now it was an interesting time as Richards came to the crease, along with his captain. Under the lights, pink ball, but Barbados were able to survive. And in terms of Richards making some 6 from 42, and Brathwaite 143, 241 balls, 354 for 3, represented a day that Barbados would be quite proud of. 2 centuries, as we said earlier, having won the toss and elected to bat, they will feel, Henry Wallace, that it's been a good day for Barbados.
Yes, good day at the office, and one not so good for the academy. Seemed a little bit lackluster initially. They bowled with a little bit more purpose, certainly after the first interval, but by then the stage had been set with the platform laid by first of all the opening partnership, and then that second wicket partnership between the captain Craig Brathwaite and Jonathan Drake. So a good day for Barbados.
Indeed. So the action started at 1 o'clock, and Barbados won the toss, chose to bat, and just after 8 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, doing a wonderful job, 354 for 3, led by the captain on board 143, and it represented a performance that Barbados will be quite happy with. So 354 for 3, 90 overs bowled on a pitch that certainly was very good for batting. Barbados will want to come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow and do the business. There's no question about that, with Warwick and Simmons, Ford, Holder to come. And in terms of the bowling, Lane was a pretty decent one for 45. Clark, lots of ability, 1 for 67. And Bishop picked up a wicket as well with his left arm spin, picking up 1 for 85. We saw the spin of Matar, the leg spin, didn't get a great deal of purchase. So, it's been a long day here at Kensington Oval. It's been a successful day for the Barbados team, led by the captain Craig Brathwaite, who batted with steely resolve. 354 for 3. We'll come back tomorrow just before 1 o'clock with the action. Andrew Mason on behalf of the team for the final time today from Kensington Oval, saying goodbye for now.